I want to say good afternoon to all the distinguished members in this honorable chamber and to the people of Barbados and the rest of the world who can hear us from wherever they are because of the technology that has so much positive as well as so much negative in the way it's impacting on us as human beings. At the outset, sir, I would wish to express my deepest gratitude to the wonderful people of St. Thomas and by extension Barbados for the privilege to be here again to make a contribution in this distinguished chamber. And I am bold to say that the people of Barbados, but particularly the people of St. Thomas, are the best to want to put a woman as a 5-time winner in the same constituency for those wonderful years. And it only goes to show, sir, that it doesn't have to do with where you come from, or how much money you have, or where you go to school, or if your house is a chattel house, or a ramshackle house, or a wall house, or a palace. It is to do with dignity, character, love and affection, how you endear yourself to people, and how people endear themselves to you. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am a proud Barbadian, but I am prouder to have been able to reach these heights, having come from very humble origins, like most of the honorable members in here today, sir, and being a high school dropout. Because all of a sudden, we are hearing about it is because it's a high school dropout that he or she has done this or that. Some of the people in Barbados who are doing the most stupid things have got a good education, but they align themselves to the wrong company or the wrong people and the wrong set of activities, some of them. And I would not have been a dropout in the world, I know this, because I'm not ashamed from whence I have come, but I'm also proud of how far I have reached. And the pillars that propped me up, as well as the honorable member who is our finance minister, he would have come to perhaps similar origins, despite the fact that he is a little younger. But I want to say, sir, it does not matter where you come from. It is to do with the attitude, the aptitude, the mentality, and the environment in which you are raised or nurtured. And so being a high school dropout, sir, was nothing to do with being pregnant, therefore you finish school at 15 years. But it was to do, sir, it wasn't to do with bad behavior either. It was to do, sir, with the impoverished environment in which I was raised, as has been thousands of children. All 4 parents hardly went to school, but they were the best financiers, they were the best parents, they were the best planners. And on that platform, persons of the caliber of these individuals here and out there in the rest of Barbados, they have been able to become some of the most outstanding students who remain humble and connected to their cause and to the cause of the people. So I am proud to be there. All 4 parents told us, it is not where you go to school that is important. It is what you do with the time you go to school. That was one. Another one, they will say, go to school and learn. Whatever the teacher has in here, and they will give your head one big deep touch by the temple. Whatever you have in there, whatever the teacher has in there, you need to go and capture it too. Go to school and learn and make something of yourself, despite whatever it is. And we have divided this country in a kind of classism that is destroying, it is reeling at the hearts and the core of young people who do not understand our struggles. And therefore, I want to recommend up front that we get back to basics and make sure that civics and general knowledge, if you want to call it that, are reintroduced in our schools, our institutions across the length and breadth of Barbados. If we do not know where we come from, and we cannot recognize and accept that we have come a long way with a lot of privileges, then we don't know where we will go. So all of us in here, Mr. Speaker, have to chart that course for young people and others to understand. Each of us is important to this exercise, and each of us wants to have our own space and to live comfortably and to serve and to aspire to the highest level. So I want to lay that first on the table. I want, Mr. Speaker, to say that we were raised in environments where the first thing was family connections. Our families are what have been able to hold this society together. We did everything in the family setting despite the poor conditions, where some of us had no clothing of our own, but we were the big brother and the sister and the auntie and the uncle. And I will forever say, moving away from our extended family units, where the auntie, the grandmother, the grandfather, the uncle and aunt, and so on, live together, and go to the nuclear family units with just perhaps a mother, a father, and a child or two, it has taken away that community spirit where we know, yes, it is a fact that it takes a whole village to raise one child. And so I am trying in my way, although it may sound old-timeish, why do you throw out something because it is old when you know it has made such a wonderful contributions? And sometimes when people hear us as senior people talk, they could go around home, this in the old days, this in the hard times, we're in a different era, but morals and principles remain the same once we practice them, sir. So I implore the youth out there, and the parents who are neglecting their children, or who don't know better, can't even blame them. I implore all of them to make wise use of their time and the opportunities that are given. And we must always remember that old adage that says, there are three things that come not back: the spoken word, the spent arrow, and the lost opportunity. I want all Barbadian children to capitalize on the privileges that have been extended to them with the free education, the free bus fare, the free health care, the free school needs, you can almost call it, and everything else that goes with it. Because in our time as children, we did not all enjoy that luxury or those luxuries. Every individual in Barbados has the potential, and I'm therefore happy to know that we can work with the Ministry of Youth, we can work with education, we can work with the Ministry of Culture and other ministries to be able to achieve the various goals and for persons to be able to show their full potential despite wherever they may come from or where they live or what ideals might have been put in their heads. We can work with them and steer the course as we go forward. We all can make a difference as the leaders, because we are the ones who people look up to, especially the young people as members of Parliament and politicians. So I say, let us get back to basics, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let us show the love, the respect, the character, the honor, the moral values. Let us display them daily. And at the end of the day, all of us in here, from the top to the bottom in this distinguished chamber and in the various institutions across Barbados, sir, we must get back to basics and give of our time and our resources to build back Barbados to the status where we knew we can sit in our verandas or our patios, you might call them now, that we can go into our gardens and hold over and do what we have to do as a form of exercise, that we can lie down in our living rooms and watch our TV without the fear of anybody coming to do anything that is silly that will impact on us and our lives and our character. I also want, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to say that a promise is a debt. I know people say it's comfort for a fool, but I know that a promise is a debt. And as a primary school child, many moons ago, there was this favorite song that we would sing in different parts under none other, sir, if you will allow me to call the name, than the great late Lester St. Clair Vaughan, who was a musician par excellence and a teacher, the best for me in Barbados. And we will always sing in a particular time in the day, whenever you make a promise, consider well its importance, and when made, engrave it upon your heart. And I want today, Mr. Speaker, to say, as a matter of our plans and our covenant of hope, and living up to the mission critical ideas that were put forward during our campaign and during our 10-year period when we were in the doldrums, we have been able to see these mission critical aspects as well, and most of them, as well as the covenant of hope pledges, come to fruition. And if the Lord spares our life this Sunday, sir, we will celebrate our Founders Day service, where the pioneers in the Barbados Labour Party who came up with that vision would have launched the Barbados Labour Party 81 years old. And I challenge anybody to tell me that 81 years is old. Now when we have a society of so many centenarians who are sharp, seniors who are willing to serve and do serve, and tithe their time in our churches, in our schools, in our communities, at every level of this society, our seniors are playing their part. And one must be throw out what is good. When you look at Japan and other places, they honor their seniors. It is only in Barbados that we hear people saying, they all go home, all-time idea. We'll sit in there and dribble all kinds of negative things people say. But the old folk in this country, our senior citizens, may the Lord continue to bless them. They had the wisdom. They had the moral fabric. They knew about parenting. They knew of working hard and raising a lot of children and feeding them well and putting aside something for their burial, as limited as it was. They knew about going and buying land for whatever, making the sacrifices, because black people at that time, poor ones like our parents and our foreparents, didn't have any bank that will accommodate them and give them any loan. They had what we called, not the credit union so much, they called it by another name, Bright Star Lodges, and so I don't remember what you call them, but they used to save, they did the meeting term, so they used to save their money through little, I'm trying to remember the one in West Mahal called the Bright Star Lodge, and that is where they put their money. Out of that has mushroomed what we now call the credit unions. But it used to be little savings organizations that they had, and they were able to buy the land. That's why some of us can now inherit the properties from our parents. And so my leader, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister and the member for St. Michael North East, has been a phenomenal character in every sphere of the world and of life. The Caribbean highly respects her, and we hear the comments that come through about our honorable leader, even at CARICOM meetings. People marvel at the vision and at the capacity and the ability of a young black Barbadian woman who understands what it is like to give, to love, to share, to extend trust and honesty and vision. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as a First Lady for me, we found in education at the age of 28 in 1994 as our first political opposition leader and as the first Prime Minister in the history of hundreds of years in Barbados. She has asked Barbadians, put your trust in me. And once you give me the vote, I'm going to give you back, because we lived for 10 years under an administration that helped to grind Barbadians into the ground. And some of them have no remorse, or like, no, you're not even seeing them. Having done so many stupid things, having done things that have impacted on people economically, socially, physically, emotionally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you name it. And therefore, I am proud of my leader, because she made the promises. Her family was vilified. So was she. And you heard all the talk about not having all of the qualification on the LEC. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, she has leadership, she has led by example, and she has offered to Barbadians a kind of creativity and a hope that going forward, every Barbadian can hold each other's hands and achieve something great. Whether it's a job, or training, or service, you name it, our Honourable Prime Minister has done that. And that is the reason why we are here in our numbers of 30, despite what the Leader of the Opposition may say. He is in here as a result of the Barbados Labour Party working with him, and we respect him highly for his role that he has to play. But Bajans tell you, never forget the bridge you cross. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am going to back my leader and the policies and programs of this Barbados Labour Party, because we have done it before under the Right Honourable Leader for St. Peter. We did it under other leaders to bring Barbados to the level where someone of the caliber of the United Nations Director, Kofi Annan, General, Secretary General Kofi Annan, he told us in 2008 that Barbados was punching above its weight. And then a party came in and pushed Barbados down to almost the lowest ebb. But the Barbados Labour Party keep them on their toes in those 10 years. And today, Mr. Speaker, we are rising again out of the ashes. And we mean that we will bring along people with us. At the end of the day, no one should be left behind, because each person living and here among us is important and should be brought forward. I want to say that the insults were so deep. I will never forget that day when the former Prime Minister from St. Michael South, in criticizing the Barbados Workers' Union leadership, called them, and the leadership on that woman again, you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, told them that they're new wine in old wineskins. It was so insulting. And then when my leader, the Honourable Prime Minister, had to talk a foolish thing going around with him saying at a branch meeting, if he had to take her to dinner and she had to place his order, he had to place his, the waitress would want to know who's the man and who's the woman. I am tired of women being rubbed to the ground by people whom I expect to know better. What's wrong with a voice? I have none. Mine left me for days with the overworking. But at the end of the day, why must people judge me by my voice? Judge me by my performance. Judge me by my standards. And I have absolutely no problem with that. But God gave her that voice. And then when she asked for a meeting with the then finance minister, because of all the unnecessary printing of money and no accountability, she was told, walk down Broad Street naked and never have a conversation with you. Well, I don't know what we wanted from her then. She got mad like a voice, or a voice like a man. It is so disconcerting. And then the lady from Clico, when she said, we the Clico members are suffering, the woman was called a bald push cat. Mr. Deputy Speaker, is no joke. It is extremely disconcerting for women in Barbados in this century, in this era, who have come so far to raise family. You know the thousands upon thousands of females who have raised 8 and 9 and 10 children on their own as single parents. And that is the kind of disrespect that Barbadians were pushing, and women laughing at it too. Something is wrong with the psyche of some of us. But thank God today, He is so good a God. We have been able to get the first female Prime Minister who has been able to transition Barbados, to transform Barbados, and to bring us to the next level because of the trust and the confidence that the people of Barbados had in her. They don't only vote for her resoundingly, but for all 30 members of the Barbados Labour Party. And we hear these young leaders in here yesterday and today, Mr. Speaker. I am so proud to be a member of this party and a member of this government, helping to lead, guide, protect, direct young men, young women, old women, poor people, rich people, the disabled, you name it. I am proud because I came from nothing. But I will never forget the bridge that I crossed, and I don't think that any of my members here, sir, will want to kick down the ladder or break down the bridge that has brought them thus far. And I want to say congratulations to them. But I want, sir, to talk about some of the achievements, because people may laugh in sport when they heard that our mission critical projects that we will want to pursue will help to change Barbados. So around that, the economy, that when we left in 2008, 6.7% unemployment, we were then told, and laughing sport was made, and when we last saw the reports, we are like 17.6% unemployment now, and that did not include those persons who went home in the birth program. Some of those people who went home soon after the election in 2013 were sent home unceremoniously with nothing, and they had to beg to get their funds. Not so with this government. Those who have gone home, I believe all of them will now have received their packages, and they are going into the program for training to make them current, because this is a revolutionary period among us in the world, and everybody needs to be technologically prepared to be able to go to the next level. And therefore, when I know that the promise was made that university students will not have to pay tuition fees, so many Barbadians suffered over that 3-year period because they could not go to university or could not continue because the money was not available. Thank God today, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they are back in. That is one of the pledges we made in the election. That is one that we have fulfilled, and we will continue. We have not had a cent, Mr. Speaker, of an increase in 9 years. Barbadians were able to get an increase in their salaries. Pensioners were given an increase in theirs. Schools are getting industrial cleaning. I don't know what happened in that last decade. Every day school closed. I'm not talking about when the ashes from the burning canes or whatever impact on the school. I'm talking about rats and ceilings falling in and cupboards not good and no furniture and so many challenges in our school. What happened to the money, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was made available to go towards those projects? The commencement of the botanical garden that was on the cards from our time, the government changed, and it had been put on the back burner by the last administration. Even something as not simple, because it's not simple, but something like the Heart of Barbados, that was a captivating set of activities every year in June, where people came to Harrison's Cave, Richmond Hall Gully, Flower Forest, Highland Outdoor Tours, Coles Cave, you name it. And they came to be a part of the cultural and historical component of things. Even that was scrapped by the last administration. The Housing Neighborhood Project, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, people in Island View are still waiting for the upgrades to their houses. Some of them still have no running water because of the environmental zone protection that had been set up there. And they can apply for now till the horses come home, no water. They have to wait to get water from neighbors. They have not got the sewage plant that was a part of it, and that government under the Democratic Labour Party repatriated $47 million out of $60 million. Castle is still suffering. The Garden Land, Greenfields, and Island View, in a clueless government that had the opportunity and did not do it right. Today I am boasting about the 700 loans for the trust loans. The sanitation trucks that have come in, Barbados was crushed to the ground under the Democratic Labour Party. This government, under the Democratic Labour Party, this government, under the astute leadership of the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, has been able to resurrect things and let Barbadians see there is still a silver lining behind the cloud. There is hope for you. You have put your trust in me. We will put our trust in you by making sure we follow through. Sanitation trucks have come in, and 3 more I heard on the radio are in the harbour to be released. The NSRL that was killing everybody, that has gone through the window. We have abolished road tax. The reverse tax credit is back in with us again. That was the vision of the Barbados Labour Party. We have plans on the cards because of some retrofitting and some fitting and some adjustment. We have plans on the cards, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to open 2 of the polyclinics to be able to facilitate persons rather than going to clog up the accident and emergency department at the hospital. We had more than 30 persons in the hospital in beds that needed to go to an institution for care and release those critical beds. And the honourable member for the city has been supervising, and those persons have been moved away from the hospital. Now we are proud to say those beds are available for people who should be sick and in the hospital to lie comfortably instead of in the A&E for 2 and 3 days on a couch. We have arrested the South Coast project, Mr. Deputy Speaker. All the DLP did to that project that they never control and got out of hand under them is for a tourism minister of all people and a minister of health to go and bring sewage water. That is the message that they sent to the rest of us. So they were saying, if we can go in there and bathe, you can go in too. And it seems as though they got washed away with the sewage because nobody is seeing or hearing them. And they have the help to destroy this good country of ours, Mr. Speaker. I say shame on them. And I give kudos to the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East for the wonderful work that had been done by the Barbados Water Authority, the other experts, and of course under the astute guidance of the Honourable Member for St. Michael East. And work is going on. We're not going to boast, but we're not going to leave it behind. Police certificate of character that was mentioned already, the CLICO policy holders getting back their money, a fraction of it, that will help to ease their mind. That too. The building blocks under the Youth Affairs Department. The electrical upgrades are in the pipeline for places like Hayesville and the Pine and so, where for years they were given the units for free, but nothing was done to ease them. Nothing was done to be able to give them the wells and so, put in proper firewalls. The Labour Party stopped that in 2008 because we lost the government. The last administration did absolutely nothing. I say congratulations. The Ministry of Housing will do its work to help with those upgrades and to bring a measure of hope and safety to the residents of those communities. The additional staff to help with the judicial system, where we have a clogged up judicial system, and that is the reason why I am hurting, like the honourable member for Christchurch South this morning, and as all other honourable members and people in Barbados are, about the madness that is going on, because people are being put on bail for murder and coming out and doing more madness again. What is happening in this place? But we have made a firm decision, and the Honourable Attorney General is at the forefront of making sure that we transform and change the system around so that it can be to the advantage of making every Barbadian feel proud. The other thing I want to mention, sir, is that the social partnership was shunted. I am happy that there's constant dialogue with the Honourable Prime Minister and the Minister of Labour and the team to be able to put forward and to have dialogue to make sure that at least we bring them on board and let them know what plans we have and to take recommendations from them. At the end of the day, we want our workers to be there to produce and to produce at the highest level, as we know they have the capacity to do so. The budget, sir, spoke about tourism and the thrust for the expansion in hotels and the 1,500 beds and things of that nature, and the employment that will be generated. Our men must work. When men cannot feed their children, when they have nothing to give them, when our women are not working and they have nothing to give them, or the men are saying the babies are not mine and those women are crying and wheeling for help, I believe that when men are working, the society is more settled. And so the jobs that will possibly generate, and the thousands of jobs that will generate from those projects will help to make a difference. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, integrity legislation, all the infelicities, I am not happy if we are not going to go after those perpetrators, because the coffers of the government were tampered with in a way that bothers me. And I have a difficulty when so many people, I know the legislation is on its way and so on, but I don't want it to just happen and that we can't find the files that are missing that tells who had contracts for $300,000, a Cahill with so much money missing, so many other projects, People proofreading a letter and getting $250,000. Where is the money? Where are the files? People in Barbados are reeling in the impoverished environments and putting more pressure on whatever is happening. And I believe that we need to get the facts. So that integrity legislation, Mr. Speaker, sir, should make a difference. I want the missing files to be brought to the fore wherever they are to find them. And I want to say that there's a 5% of government contracts, and when they are to be, the procurement is to help out persons in the communities, but a 1% is to go towards those who are living with disabilities. And it is about time that we put the disability agenda on the front page and be able to make sure that the disability is not inability. There are persons who are brighter than any of us in here, but because of poliomyelitis or some other injury they may have suffered or some other ailment, they are shunted in a corner. I want to say I'm very happy for that. And I would want to come to the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, where the Thorn Commission, under this astute leadership again of the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, has already met. We call it the People's Assemblies, but it is the Thorn Commission, and it's giving all Barbadians a voice to be able to say what they want to do in the affairs and the management of this country. And I'm very proud to know that we are going to be doing our official launch and have our town hall and community meetings in mid-April this year. That is another step forward. We made the promise, we are keeping that promise. I also want to speak, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about the social response to crime and violence and the consultation that took place in February, and subsequent to that, a committee has been established, because we can't just look at crime in any myopic way and say it's only the fellas on the block. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know we have crime all over Barbados. Like some other parts of the world, we have so much white-collar crime that it is not funny. And therefore, we need to get the constabulary and all other persons in the social arena, the faith-based persons, and so on, the leaders in the various governmental and non-governmental institutions to come on board. And we had another meeting only last week on the 13th of March to be able to see how we can go forward, and we are working with that as a matter of urgency. I want to speak a little bit on education, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where I am proud to know that we have, our leader has asked for the records of all those students who would not have had the privilege to continue or conclude their school, when the Education Act says explicitly children must be in school for 5 years. So it is from 11 at secondary to 16. However, those who have to defer writing the common entrance will come in at 12. They are expected to be in for the 5-year period as well. And we have got too many of our young boys and girls on the road not getting a proper free education, because at 14 they may have committed some kind of felony, or whether it's be cursing a teacher, fighting at the school, stealing something, smoking a spliff. And these children get expelled, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at 14 and 15 years, and then you see the manifestations out there in the society, because nobody is looking after them. They should be in a school, whichever school it is, even if they have to go to the government industrial school first. And I understand there are some principals, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who when these children go to the government industrial schools and they spend the term or whatever time frame, when they come back out, they're still not yet 16, but principals, I am told, are saying, not in my school, and then pick up the phone and call another school and say, don't take that girl, Cynthia, whatever, because she committed a felony, she kissed a girl, she touched somebody, she took somebody's purse. It is wrong. Why are we doing it? We have got leaders in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who did so much wrong as children, but because they had nurturing environments, they had neighbors who had to look after them, they had grandparents who would say, come back and steer them in the right path. You had a bus driver who will speak to you and you conform. You had a police officer, you didn't even go near him, because you know what layman and those would do. And I'm saying, because these young people don't have the mentors in the same way, they become then all of the disorderly young people that we are seeing so many of them. And to hear of a 16-year-old who murdered someone or is found breaking and entering or beating somebody on the road, they need the mentoring and the nurturing. I pray to God that the ministry will provide that list of suspensions and expulsions and so on, and let us have it so that we will be able to see how we can target those young people. And I'm glad that the honourable member, who is the Minister of Youth, spoke about the tracer forms. It is only when you use those tracer forms for those children in school that they say, when I finish high school, I want to go to community college, I want to be a barber, I want to be a teacher, I want to be a police officer, I want to be an entrepreneur. But if there are no more tracer forms, the Ministry of Youth Affairs did it before we left office, and that will stop that. We don't know where our young people are now. All of them need that opportunity. If I were not given an opportunity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would not be here either. And there's so many thousands of others, but because I had parents and guardians and teachers and others in the community, it has brought me thus far, and I want to thank them profoundly. And our young people need that kind of encouragement. A young boy spoke with me on the phone yesterday morning, and he said to me, "Ma'am, you remember that day my daddy brought me to you? He said, you were so rough on me and told me I have potential, I need to show respect." And so he said, "And you know, I see you as my mentor. I love you dearly because that day you told me so, it turned my life around." Some young people only want you to tell them that. Some old ones too, because some old ones don't have any respect either. Every minute an expletive out of the mouth or something insulting. They only need to say, "Sir, you just used the word. Do you really want God to take away that person's sight?" I said, "But I insist so." I said, "But you see now, it is so enshrined in your brain that you don't even know that you said it." And I'm saying, therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in education, we have got to look at zoning our children. I have always been a strong proponent. Let everybody write the exam, and if you want to use the few for that you call the creme de la creme, that the honourable member for St. James Central may have gone there, and the honourable member for St. Andrew would have gone to another one. I have no problem with it. But our children who are late developers, they need the second chance. I listened to Judge Mathis, of all people, and when he says, "I was rude and I broke the law and I did silly things, but because I had an endearing spirit and I had families and friends and so who worked with me, here I am as a judge." And he can counsel those young people and older ones who come into his presence. And I'm saying, sir, all of us need to come together and make sure that we look after the youth. I want, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to also look at a few other small things in the Ministry of People Empowerment. Our people are living longer. I can tell you that Allen View is a village in St. Thomas has had about 6 centenarians. As a matter of fact, I have one for a funeral tomorrow from Bridgefield, a Mrs. Tull, 101 years old. And every week we see the senior citizens, the centenarians, and the strength that they have and the character that they bring with it. Thank you, sir. And therefore, I want for us to let the rest of Barbados know the National Assistance Board is doing excellent work. There are other agencies that are private entities that are looking after seniors as well, but we want our seniors to continue to age and have good wellness. We want them to age with grace. And so those generational links will help our young people to get an appreciation and a respect for the aged. The daycare centers in the 50s and 60s, we started to build daycare centers for babies. Now we have to make sure we build daycare centers for our elderly so that the rest of their lives they will be able to enjoy it as they group together and share experiences. And we all know about Alzheimer's and dementia and how it is gripping at the hearts of our seniors. And I am saddened today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I get 50 calls a day, 45 of them are to do with senior citizens who are suffering, whether they're being sexually abused, physically, emotionally, or if they're being duped, that their properties are being taken away from them by families, by lawyers, by neighbors, by friends, and churches. It is a sad experience. The Ministry of People Empowerment is looking at the legislation to be able to correct it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank the Honourable Minister for Ministry of Public Works and Maintenance for the plan that he has for the whole of Barbados, because I drive one piece of Nylon Road when I leave up in Huddersfield turning to get down to Warrens, and I see now down by Codrington, and there are quite a few roads as well. I want to thank the honourable member for 10 years, not a single road, not a slipper drain, not a well, hardly a pothole unless you're begging to put marl in it. Rain come now every day, they're washed away. So the honourable member has assured me that King Garden Road, right through Bridgefield up Rugby, will be done, will be paved, and I'm holding him to that, sir. But I want to highly commend the workers at the depot at Bagatelle under the leadership of a Mr. Patrick, who I only have to make a call, the minister doesn't even know. And I get my holes patched in a hurry. And I thank Mr. Patrick. Mr. Minister, please don't move in, I beg you. I thank Mr. Patrick and his team at Bagatelle. I also want, before I conclude, sir, to say that the disabled will get the opportunity to move to Maxwellton. It is because the public administration department had to go there a few months ago because of the industrial problems.
You need to talk about traffic.
Huh? Transportation is in charge, sir?
Then Thomas.
Yeah, but I know the bus situation, I've ventilated that quite a bit. But I just wanted to make sure I mentioned the disabilities unit because they were to be moved since 2008, according to the last administration, from where there were 21 steps up at the NTUPW, and 10 years later, nearly 11, they are still there, but the property was ready, but the public administration had the industrial problem about 3 months ago, and they had to occupy the location as a measure of urgency because people's salaries and so had to be paid. But I am told by the person in charge they shall be moving out in the month of April. They have now started to vacate. And of course, I want the honourable minister to remember in the ordering of the buses, whether electrical or otherwise, I would like the disabled, please, to be included once before in the time when the administration of the Labour Party. I think we had about 4 or 5 buses to accommodate them, but they're now out of the system. I want the honourable member to please remember the disabled and the transportation. And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, poverty alleviation. The IC Bridge project, the IDB project, and so. We have 30 households in the IC Bridge project. We also have 106 families, 106 households of about 805 people, 24 social workers who do phenomenal work preparing them for training, getting the babies in the nursery, providing the grants and so for them, because the poor among us must also enjoy a good quality life. And therefore, I want to highly commend those workers there who have been playing an extremely outstanding role in ensuring that the poor among us continue to live and live with dignity and with grace. A final one, sir. The gruesome acts of the last 3 months, and yesterday put the nail in the coffin. And when people are going to go now into these public spaces and commit these heinous crimes, it says that we are going mad as a people, because all it will do is drive more fear. And I want to close by saying it must stop, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want the police to continue to carry out their duties professionally, but to safeguard themselves, because you never can tell. And the honourable members in Christchurch South, he spoke about now out there that even when all of the MPs and the Governor General, Her Excellency, and others were here, I want to advise young people, take the counsel that's being offered to you. Leave the haughtiness behind. Leave the bravado that you come with behind. Stop being pompous, and that's to some of the people at the highest level in society too. Poor values, limited mentors are here for us. The technological use and misuse is weakening our hearts and destroying it, and the respect for law and order. We have started to stabilize Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir. The $3.50, yes, people will hurt, but I like the idea of taking that idea. I like the idea of letting people get transfer tickets, because that was something that was in existence when I was so much younger, when Miss Rock and the Rockland Bus Company was functioning. They can still buy the food with the reverse tax credit, I believe, and any other efforts through the welfare department and other agencies. And we are trying to upgrade what is happening there. But I also want to say that sometimes they buy a pack of Conquerors, a pack of chips, so much sodium, so much to make them sick and get the chronic non-communicable diseases impacting on them. Save it. and buy some biscuits, some cheese and different things, and give the children a snack to take to school. I went to school, I had nothing but the government juice, drink their water from the standpipe, and I'm here healthy, never sick yet, and I'm only 37 still. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Thank you.
the crime and violence is not a political party's problem. When the Honourable Member for St. John had his crusade in 1997, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast and I were invited by the then leader. When we went to Queen's Park to be a part of it, he said, "Mia come, Sinti come." Up front by the placard, we went on the march because crime and violence is not any community's problem. It is not any political party's problem. It is the problem for all Barbadians, and we must come together, tithe our time to the people, our resources, our experiences, nurture the young people, and let them know you have great potential. You can unleash that spirit of competence and so on to become somebody great in your own way and build your society. And so I commend all of the honourable members, all of those persons in Barbados, and the Honourable Prime Minister who is at the leadership to let people know we have started to stabilize this economy. The investor confidence is coming. People are being empowered. Crime and violence has escalated, but we will wrestle it to the ground. But all of us have to do it together and make a difference, empower our young people, give them that hope, give them that love, that care, that attention. And I am sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, before the time goes, in the next couple of months, further stability of our country that we love so much, and we will be punching above our weight again, making a difference across the length and breadth of this Caribbean. I wish to thank you, sir.
Thank you. Member for St. Andrew.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is indeed a privilege for me to be given this opportunity once again to speak in this debate on the occasion of another outstanding year in the life of a Barbados Labour Party government. It is also a little strange, I feel somewhat strange or new or revitalized, whatever you would dare to say, in that during the past 10 years we've been accustomed to listening to budgetary presentations where gloom and doom was the refrain. This debate has taken a completely different turn, a more positive turn, and I would like to say that I'm indeed very proud to be part of this team. I'm also very proud to be able to sit down and listen to the presentations of some of the members, or rather almost all of the members, I almost said on the other side, in this chamber. I believe that, like in any cricket team, in any organization, when you have been in that organization for a long time, you shouldn't have to do much. You should be able to sit back and relax. But you know, I have been told that I have to do the same thing, to make the same contribution as members who just came in here. In a way, it is somewhat out of place, but then my friend from St. Thomas just did her bit with respect to her presentation, and it is fairly obvious that we still have to make our presence felt. But seriously, I'm indeed proud of the presentations which have been made by members, new members, to this chamber. And you know, we speak about young people, we speak about the new dispensation, the new transformation in most things. And sometimes when there is something negative, the member for St. Thomas spoke to the crime situation, we tend to forget the positives on occasions like these. But I would like, with respect to comparison of this budget to previous budgets, to mention it is very clear. One of the differences with this budget and the former budgets during the past 10 years is there are three themes that are very clear to us in this presentation. The question, the theme pertaining to leadership, the member for St. Thomas just spoke to it. The theme pertaining to the vision for Barbados, and investor confidence. This budget, in comparison to what we've heard in previous times, especially in the past 10 years, has certainly given some hope to the people of Barbados. And in this connection, where leadership is concerned, I would just like to say that this country owes a debt of gratitude to Prime Minister Motley, who has demonstrated leadership in a manner that I never thought it was possible for a Prime Minister to deliver in that way. I have been a candidate of the Barbados Labour Party during the time of Tom Adams and thereafter, which would tend to suggest that I don't think there's any person, any member of any political party who has gone through so many leaders. And I have been able to see firsthand leadership, real leadership. And in this connection, I think that we should all be proud of the leadership which our Prime Minister has been able to display during the last 10 years. There's also, in her leadership, we see a very strong, powerful vision for Barbados, and this vision is not only reflected in the way how she brushed it aside and make it look like it's just a simple matter when she spoke about the digitization of Barbados. I certainly never thought that I would come to a meeting of cabinet without any paper, just with a tablet. But that vision is also extended to the way how she sees Barbados, the Barbadian landscape, the transformation, the total transformation of the Barbadian landscape over the next 10 years. And when you listen to her, you tend to wonder how comes being a person who is supposed to be your junior in terms of age could have that type of vision. And it is something amazing. It is something that most of us have experienced, and I certainly would like to be around for the next 10 to 15 years to see the Barbadian landscape of which she speaks. This budget has also instilled investor confidence. This is something completely new. We were actually living in a hopeless state with leaders who seemed not to be able to know how to govern. We have been able to experience with these measures, we've been able to see the foreign exchange reserves being increased. We've been able to see the Barbados dollar being made safe. We've also been able to see the insanity of the printing of money by the last government. Certainly, we would hope that this is a thing of the past. And of course, the complete debt restructuring, which the former government said was impossible. As a matter of fact, even the former Prime Minister couldn't believe that we would have been able to reach this stage. So I think that all of this is as a result of the visionary leadership of the Prime Minister, the Honourable Mayor Amor Motley, the member for St. Michael North East. And I think that we should all be proud to have someone like her as leader at this particular point in time. And when you look at these measures, I cannot see, I find some of the comments by the leader of the opposition somewhat startling. When you realize too, in the past, that the middle class was actually savaged in the last 10 years, and you have a situation now where the tax refunds, $5,000 to $10,000 in tax reductions to persons in the middle class. You have people earning less than $35,000 not paying taxes. No income tax to such persons. You have a situation where the people, or rather the policyholders at CLICO, were wondering whether or not they would die and not see any settlement to the impasse with respect to CLICO. And this budget brings a specter of hope in actual cash payments to such individuals. And in this connection, this is something new. It is a positive feature of these budgetary presentations. But Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on certain aspects of housing which have created, which is a cause for some concern. I know that in these budgetary proposals, there was not any specific aggressive mention to the improvement of the housing situation because of the state of the economy at this particular point in time. But it is, it is mind-boggling when you reflect on the performance of the last administration with respect to the housing component of their stewardship. And look at the IDB loan. The last administration, and as you know, Mr. Speaker, you were a Minister of Housing and you would be fully aware, we had a very aggressive housing program. There was a program when we debated office in 2003. IDB funded project, $80 million, divided in two tranches, $30 million from the IDB, $10 million was our financing over a 5-year period, over a 4-year period in the first instance, and then secondly, over a further 4-year program with two tranches in the same amount, $40 million and $30 million was the input from the IDB and $10 million from the local financing. And Mr. Speaker, it is somewhat unbelievable. It boggles the mind how a government could remain in power for 10 years and allow those funds to go a-begging. It is mind-boggling. How can that happen? And yet, they were able to sort of institute certain projects which did not have the scrutiny of any international agencies like the IDB, because obviously there was no steel in the projects by the IDB. But the IDB projects, $19 million. I say that because at this particular point in time, with this government being saddled with 30,000 individuals for housing accommodation in terrace units, we are now struggling to have this type of financing, and that government allowed that financing to go a-begging. But Mr. Speaker, that is not all. The Caribbean Development Bank, they had obtained a loan, but before I mention the Caribbean the Development Bank loan, getting back to the IDB project, the areas like the Garden land, Island View, Walker St. Andrew, and high-rise structures at the Greenfields and Castle. Areas that we really need, in need of housing in those particular areas. You have situations in some of the terrace units where you have 15 to 20 people living in two-bedroom houses. I could not believe it. It's only when I became Minister of Housing that I was aware of this. And those, an operation like the one that the IDB approved would have been able to go a long way at alleviating the congestion in those areas. But that went to begging. And then, of further concern, a CDB loan of $90 million, $90,800,000. And that was for sites and services in Chancery Lane, sites and services at Colleton St. Lucie, the construction of low-income houses at Rock Close and Rock Avenue, terrace units in Deacons, terrace units in Haynesville, a high-rise in Country Road, 2 high-rise in White Park, and a quads, construction of quads and a duplex unit in 40 acres. That went a begging as well. So you look at that, 2 major projects during the last 10 years. One, $80 million. The other, $90 million. A total of $107 million in total, including government financing. These went a begging. And you have 30,000 applications outstanding. You have 15 to 20 people occupying units in places like the Pine, and people sleeping in turns. This is ridiculous. And it is expected that this Barbados Labour Party administration would be able, sleeping in turns, because 15 people, you know how small these units are, would be able to solve all the problems in the short space of 10 months. I mean, and they compounded the situation. They compounded the situation with respect to the terrace units. The Barbados Labour Party government, the previous government, had embarked on a program whereby the terrace units would be conveyed to the tenants as they were. They did a lot of politicizing leading up to the 2013 election. And what they did, they reduced. Now you have a situation where they get funding. As I said, over $170 million was at their disposal to increase the housing stock. One would have thought that if they wanted to put a further burden on government, on the national housing, on the Ministry of Housing, that they at least would have done their part to ensure that there were that the housing situation was adequate. But no. The Barbados Labour Party government had agreed to convey the units to individuals, free of cost, nothing is wrong with that. But they went a little further, politicizing, and they decided that they would not only give the units, but they would, for want of a better word, reconstruct the units. As a result, the National Housing Corporation and the Ministry of Housing saddled with a further $23 million because they passed the legislation on the eve of the election to make sure that those units, all of the units, before conveyance, had to be certified by an engineer. Now, you have units in certain parts of Barbados. Take the units in Belle Plaine as a good example. Those units were built without green bean. You have somebody living in a house, renting your house, and after a number of years you want to give them the house. Take that. I mean, but you have to go and rebuild a house build it completely over. $23 million that government now has to look for, and because of that provision, those same units cannot even be conveyed, because government is not in a position to spend the $23 million, to find the $23 million to make the necessary certification. So the legislation is there. Government is not receiving any rents for those houses, so it has more or less depleted the income of the National Housing Corporation. So the National Housing Corporation will be bankrupt just now, as I speak, unless they get a massive injection from government. And this is, is more than a cause for concern. But what is even more? Notwithstanding the fact that the units are to be transferred, they did not make any provision for the maintenance payments, for the maintenance charges, for the day-to-day maintenance of the common area, and also with respect to the sewage facilities. That is a further $7 million. The government was on autopilot. On autopilot. You have $170 million in loans to construct houses. You refuse to construct the houses, but then you decide to reduce the housing stock by two-thirds. You have 30,000 applications almost on a daily basis. You have scores of people going to National Housing Corporation, and you have there's nothing that you could do. I mean, this is something that when I was in opposition, when we were in opposition, we had no clue that this was the situation. And it shows that at least the members of the public should be fully aware of these particular decisions which are taken by government, so that at least they would be better informed as who to blame, if there's any blame, in times like these. So, Mr. Speaker, the National Housing Corporation is presently in a very serious situation. It is hope that we might still be able to get funding from the international lending agencies. We have put certain measures, or rather there are certain measures that we are putting in place in order to find certain new housing solutions. The question of funding, which was also a fairly straightforward matter during our term in office, previous to the minute office. We will have to go back to some of those measures. The General Workers Loan Fund, we will have to revitalize the General Workers Loan Fund. They have not been able to lend any money for the last 10 years. Between 6 to 10 years, they have not been able to lend any money. The Housing Credit Fund, that has $15 million as I speak, but they have not been on lending to any of the financial institutions. That is a loan fund that was set up by the United States, by USAID, with the cooperation of the Barbados government, and it is hoped that we could, with the revitalization of the General Workers Loan Fund and the reactivation of the Housing Credit Fund, we might be able to make some input in improving the housing stock. But even so, one would have thought that even during the period that they were there, that they would have actually put certain plans in place so that the town planning applications would have been made. The infrastructure would have been put in, as they had the benefit of when they came to office. Because when they came to office, in the basic infrastructure in certain areas like the country towers, they were already there. All they had to do is go in and do their thing. Lancaster, I've spoken about Lancaster at length in the past. But there is nothing that we came and found that we could actually build on or improve on in terms of improving the housing stock in Barbados. So then my colleagues, on behalf of their constituents, come to housing or contact the minister or my other minister Griffith. We are powerless, and that is the situation that we face. We are hoping that we will be able to partner with the private sector to see if we would be able to make some inroads in improving the housing stock. In partnering with the private sector, we also have to be careful with respect to the type of contractors that we've been seeing during the past 10 years. What has happened during the past 10 years, you've had situations where persons overnight became building contractors. And as a result, Lancaster is a good example. Parish land is another example where contractors came in, and then the National Housing Corporation had to complete. As I speak, parish land is presently being completed in that form, in that form of fashion. So we are hoping that we would be able to rely on credible contractors. In speaking to the National Housing Corporation, the board, both the National Housing Corporation itself, the officers at the National Housing Corporation, have indicated that contracts were awarded directly by the minister, and they knew nothing about them. A list of contractors awarded, they just meet on the site, and they were given contracts. We are hoping that we would be able to get away from that policy by partnering with established building contractors throughout the region. People just cannot come and because they want to make a quick dollar, decide that they are going to be contractors, and also because of their closeness to a political operative. And this is also one of the problems that we are facing. We are hoping to have some formalization of a procedure where all derelict, unoccupied buildings and vacant lots are acquired by government at site value, less the cost of clearance and outstanding taxes. It is just a proposal as I speak. The granting of security of tenure, which would involve the changes to the legislation of persons who have been living on house plots for over 20 years, living in houses for over 20 years. Security of tenure, not the option to purchase.
Single lot tenants. Single lots.
Single lot tenants. Surprisingly, there have been a number of cases within recent times where landlords, during the last 10 months, I could think about 20 cases, hard luck cases where persons have been residing in properties for over, I think there was one guy last week, he was residing for 47 years through various generations, and person just turned up from overseas and served him with notice. We're hoping that through the change to the legislation, we will be able to grant security of tenure to those persons. I spoke in the past about the ribbon development. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in her presentation spoke to the question of planning gains in areas where persons have applied for planning permission in various areas. What we plan to do is that in suitable cases, we probably would ask those persons to make a donation of part of the development to low-income persons, or if they have elsewhere, make land available to government. The construction of high-rise buildings is something that we have actually tried to address. Well, the last administration at the Grotto and at Britons Hill, but there have been certain dissatisfactions with those buildings and the arrangements. There are some strange arrangements which have been made, especially at the Grotto. There are a number of persons who have actually been paying rent as rent to own, and the arrears are astounding. And we would hope that going into an arrangement where there are high-rise buildings in these areas, that the recommendation is that we don't go more than 4 stories. Because when you go more than 4 stories, you have to put in elevators. And when you put in elevators, the elevators becomes damaged almost on a weekly basis by the occupants, the little kids in the building. And it is something that we have to grapple with. We are hoping that one of the proposals is to establish special development or development areas with special development status in certain selected highly densely populated areas. A few years ago, when we were in government, I think that you would be familiar with the Dingtown Development Project, whereby we went in and we acquired a number of acres, and we didn't only utilize it for terrace units and low income, but we also ensured that the businesses in the area, like people who have bodywork operations, people like hairdressers and barbers, small vendors, and those persons were able to be accommodated. And that is the type of development that we are hoping to create for the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said, I don't think that I could finish my presentation without mentioning White Hill. I know that the Minister of Public Works sometimes gets a little nervous when I mention White Hill, but you have to be living in that particular area to know the problems associated with White Hill.
5 minutes.
And I must say,
you got 5 minutes.
The Ministry of Housing has some blame in the sense that the persons who have been assisted with housing, who have to be relocated, were not the people who were mostly in need. And I'm hoping that by a series of town hall meetings, we would be able to assess those, we will be able to hear the concerns of the people in the area. And really it is a bad situation as I speak. As I speak, I must say that we are presently carrying out surveys in the area, and we are hopeful, seeing that it's an area that we flagged continuously during the election. It is an area of serious concern. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to mention my displeasure at the presentation of the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, the Leader of the Opposition. I cannot believe that he could sit in these chambers and make the type of presentation that he did. He reminded me, Mr. Speaker, he reminded me of a book. There was a book that I read some time ago, and the name of that book was The Confessions of a Professor. And in that book, the story is told of a well-educated African chief with an admiration for Henry VIII, who ironically had been propelled to power by trumpeting his European lineage. His rise to power was swift, and he wasted no time promising his subjects a free pass to heaven. He, however, made the cardinal mistake of firing his lieutenants and declaring persona non grata many of his loyal subjects, labeling them conspirators. In the process, he was unceremoniously rejected by his tribe. He chose not to write his memoirs because he felt that nobody would read them. And on his retirement, he became a recluse. And he was a very lonely man and befriended a local preacher and self-appointed bishop in his neighborhood, whose sermon every Sunday would include a message from the professor attacking his successor. If any of you have any doubts with respect to that book, I think I heard the honourable member for St. Michael, Christchurch West, refer to I think St. Philip West. Judas Revisited. I think that was the name of the book, Judas Revisited, and it's part of a trilogy. And the other book in that category was the cleric who had no scruples. I'm obliged to you.
Yeah, obliged. Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am standing this afternoon to support what I consider to be an excellent presentation by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Prime Minister of Barbados and the leader of this government 2 evenings ago. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe that it was an excellent presentation because it spoke, in my view, of a vision for Barbados, but a vision that recognizes where Barbados is, and one that understands that there is a road to be traveled in order to take Barbados and Barbadians to where we want to get. It was a presentation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that spoke to understanding how a country works and understanding how individuals, how people operate within a country, within a society. And because there was such clarity, such vision, I have absolutely no challenges whatsoever with supporting this budgetary presentation. I want to thank the constituents of St. Peter for the confidence that they've placed in me to represent them in this place and to be able to speak to matters such as these, matters that relate to how a budget will be set, which we understand to be the estimates of revenue and expenditure, but also to be part of a team. They sent me here to be part of a team that is proactive, so that we do not wait until June or July or August, recognizing in the estimates process that there is a deficit, but acting as though we don't know how we are going to close the deficit. And we have to wait until 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 months into the financial year, then to come up with measures to close the deficit. Our Prime Minister, the leader of the party that I'm absolutely elated to be a part of, has in this arrangement demonstrated that after having prepared the estimates, after having laid the estimates in this honourable chamber, and recognizing that there is still more to do in the area of policy, especially fiscal policy, that within that estimates process, which is really the budgetary process, we are able to bring to Parliament the measures that will complete the process. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe that those of us who inhabit this chamber and who are here to speak on behalf of the people are to some degree seen as role models. That has been the case up until the last decade, but even in that last decade, those who were in here on the government side at that time are still seen as role models of sorts. They are seen as the kind of people that nobody wants to be. They are seen as the kind of people that parents would do what the Honourable Member for St. Michael's Southeast may not like, but beat the children real bad if they saw their children going down the same road as that former government. So there are still role models of sorts. But as role models, this responsible government, by its actions, is really saying to Barbadians, saying to the public, when you have money, if you are a responsible householder, a responsible parent, then you don't start spending and getting involved in making certain commitments until you understand how you're going to be able to pay for them. This government, by taking this approach, is saying to the people of Barbados, the consumers of Barbados, the workers of Barbados, that managing a household, managing personal circumstances, managing a country is to be done in a mature way and in a sensible way. And so we, even as we lay the estimates, as we saw what the financing gaps were, we can, before the end of the existing financial year, say to the country, this is how we are going to make the package complete. And I really want to thank the excellent people of St. Peter for allowing me to be a part of this process. The budgetary measures, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have context. We are in some cases, uncharted territory as it relates to the international climate and what some people refer to as the geopolitics. We are in a situation, for example, in our region, the Prime Minister would have referred to it in her presentation, where we are not sure what is going to happen as it relates to Venezuela and how it will impact our region. We live in a country that depends heavily on tourism. It also depends heavily on what now used to be called international business. And these two industries, Mr. Deputy Speaker, really are impacted or can be impacted by what is happening around us. While what is happening around us may not be of our own making, that which happens in our backyard can really negatively impact what happens in our country, especially in our major industries. And so there is the geopolitics of the region, with the major governments of the world allowing those of us who live in smaller jurisdictions to recognize that we are small and they are big and they are strong. So we are really small fish in a very big pond. Regionally, we have our challenges. LIAT, the whole matter of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and how it relates to the movement of persons. Those are some of the challenges, those are some of the opportunities as well, but they are part of the context within which the Honourable Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment made her presentation and presented the budget to the nation. But there are also domestic considerations. There is also a domestic context to the presentation that the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East would have made. You would have heard the Honourable Member for St. Lucie speak to the explosion of debt. And every time I hear, this is kind of parenthetically, but every time I hear the Honourable Member for St. Lucie, I wonder why St. Lucie, the land of the birth of my paternal grandmother, could not benefit from some of this sensible input over the last so many years. But as that same paternal grandmother would have said, better late than never. But he, Mr. Deputy Speaker, shared with us the ballooning of the national debt. We had a deficit, an unsustainable deficit, one that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central put in pictorial form, so that any of us who could not understand the numbers, when we saw the pictures, we were flabbergasted. I think many of us who saw the presentation initially thought that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central may have been a liar, because we could not believe it would have been so bad. Unsustainable deficits over a prolonged period of time. That was part of the domestic context within which the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East would have crafted and presented her budgetary statement. We have challenges, and as a government, I think the Honourable Member for St. Andrew would have alluded to this, and some others, we do not run away from the challenges. There are challenges that we have, that we face, and as my predecessor would have said here many a time, we face our challenges and we fix them. And so the budget is presented within the context of having challenges in our transport system, challenges in our garbage disposal, challenges with sewage. These are part of the domestic context within which these budgetary proposals that we now debate were presented to the country and to this chamber. These are challenges, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of significant magnitude, impacting and affecting Barbados and Barbadians in myriad ways. And coming out of these challenges, there are a number of targets, a number of milestones that this government intends to reach in order to navigate ourselves through these choppy waters, but also with the intention of rebuilding a country that was well nigh destroyed by the previous administration. And so as it relates to debt, we have to reduce our debt. We want to move from 170% of GDP to 60% over time. We want to create a primary surplus in much shorter time. We also want to deal and have a plan to deal with our arrears. Now, these are all things, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that will allow us to have the comfort of knowing that we are operating in an economy that is moving forward on a sustainable basis. And so, in order to correct some of the challenges, there's had to be some measures implemented, and I want to say, and I think the public of Barbados is really in agreement with what I'm going to say. The measures that have been implemented, even the toughest of the measures, have not been as draconian as others may have expected, given where we found Barbados and where we intend to take Barbados. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the toughest of the measures, as reflected in the comments that I've received from my constituents in St. Peter, have to do with bus fares and the increase in bus fares from $2 to $3.50, and have to do with the increase in land tax. And in the context of trying to rescue and rebuild and create growth in our economy, my constituents generally, and I say generally because I want to reflect honestly the full view. So I say generally because not all agree. But generally, my constituents believe that this budget has been a good budget in spite of these two measures in particular that will negatively impact many of them. And they have a reason for the position that they've taken. Barbadians generally, and people in St. Peter in particular, have an understanding of fairness. And they, in the discussions that I've been party to, recognize that bus fares have not increased for many, many years in Barbados. They also recognize that you can catch a bus in Mulnaquarter or in Speightstown and travel to the airport for $2. And they are of the view that that really does not reflect the value they're getting. They, however, recognize that they're going to have, and that many people in the constituency are going to have challenges with that move from $2 to $3.50. And so, Mr. Speaker, they have, even though they recognize that a measure like that will cause some discomfort, they also recognize that significant efforts have been made to mitigate those negative impacts. They recognize, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the budget was not just about increasing bus fares. The budget was not just about increasing land tax. The budget was not just about causing poor people to have to pay more to get from point A to point B, to get from home to work, or from work to home, or from home to Speightstown or to town to do business. They recognize that this budget has been intelligently crafted to mitigate the worst effects of adjustment and to give a human face to a government that cares about people. They recognize, for example, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that significant measures have been put in place to foster economic growth in this country. Because the people of St. Peter are intelligent and understand that when the economy grows, then there are opportunities for them to benefit with that growth. Either benefit from being able to do their own businesses, but also to benefit from the increases in emoluments, payments, wages, salaries, whatever we call it, that will come with the increase in economic activity. They also recognize that it speaks to a certain job security when there is improved economic activity in a country. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they recognize that the facilitation that came before the budget, but that was also repeated during the budgetary presentation, such as the new town planning legislation, which allows for electronic submission of applications to town planning and a speedier process for the applications to be considered. They've taken this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, within the context of the increases in numbers of judges that will allow for faster delivery of justice and allowing for businesses to have greater certainty. They've seen this budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, within the context of the free tertiary education that was restored when we first came to office. They recognize that an increase in bus fare or an increase in land tax, when taken within the context of not having to pay $7,000 a year to send their child to the University of the West Indies at Cave Hill. They recognize, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that there is a context to these budgetary proposals. They recognize, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that some of them have already been able to access trust loans. Loans that will allow some of them, one gentleman wanted to buy to stock up bottles for his coconut water, and there have been a number of other persons. They recognize that government is working to grow the economy, and that measures that may appear to negatively impact cannot be taken on their own, but must be placed in context. One of the things that I recognize and that they recognize and that they've been happy that the Prime Minister has been strong on, and St. Peter is particularly sensitive to this one. The Honourable Prime Minister, the member for St. Michael North East, spoke to the matter of the Sandals project at Haywoods. And while St. Peter, when I say St. Peter, I mean the residents and the stakeholders of St. Peter, while they and I have been looking forward to movement on that development, recognizing that it would bring jobs to Barbados, but jobs to St. Peter, recognizing that it would bring increased economic activity, the constituents and the stakeholders of St. Peter are happy that this government, even as it tries to move the economy forward, even as it works to bring investment into the country and investment into St. Peter, this government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not prepared to encourage investment at any cost. This government, unlike the last one, has standards, has principles, and so it is not prepared to sell our birthright for a mess of pottage. Instant gratification is not what we are about. And that is why I think the people of Barbados are understanding that we are on a journey that we are leading, that they have entrusted us to lead them on, and a journey that they are prepared to stay the course with us on. And so while, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we want projects, the Prime Minister, I think as we speak, is in St. George opening a project. But we will not encourage investment in Barbados at the expense of Barbados or at the expense of Barbadians, because we have been given the mandate to lead, but not just to lead in the interests of people in Barbados, but not just our generation. We are leading, recognizing that there are generations to follow. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of St. Peter and the people of Barbados recognize that these budgetary proposals are given, have been made, have been delivered in a context. Now, I spoke to some of the things that they recognize. I spoke to free secondary education and town planning and all those things. But even within the budgetary proposals themselves, many people across Barbados, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are amazed that while land taxes may go up and bus fares will go up, they are amazed that in that same budget, those who are working for less than $18,000 can have their reverse tax credits restored. Because the last government, which touted itself as a government for poor people, cut the reverse tax credit in half. The reverse tax credit that was meant to help poor people. But I don't know if I need to repeat this. I think the people of Barbados understand what I'm about to say, and they've rejected both it and them, but I still feel like I want to say it. Not that I want to share a lash, but I want to say it. A party for poor people really means, in their definition, in their lexicon, in their dictionary, a party meant to keep poor people poor. To keep poor people poor. Because while giving contracts to all kinds of rich people, many of them who don't look like us, they reduced the reverse tax credit. The Honourable Prime Minister, in her budgetary presentation 2 days ago, has restored the reverse tax credit. But not just restored the reverse tax credit, she has now extended the numbers of those who will receive relief from that, relief from indirect tax, from VAT, in the form of a reverse tax credit. And the people of St. Peter and the people of Barbados, while recognizing that every time they get into a bus, will have to pay more, recognize that provision is being made to help them, that this budget is not a draconian budget, but a budget that is meant to help poor people while maintaining our transport system and our infrastructure. They recognize that this is a sensibly crafted budget. They also recognize that we've introduced, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, what we call the compensatory tax credit for persons earning between $25,000 and $35,000 per annum. And they recognize that these persons, who sometimes are considered in the lower middle class, have also been impacted by some of the increases, the excesses of the last government, the delinquency of the last government, the last government grinding the middle class into the ground, taxing middle-class people into poverty and abandoning those who are already in poverty, the people of Barbados recognize that this compensatory tax credit is going to go a long way into helping them to afford any increases that may have come as a result of the budget that has been presented. And those in the middle class, the tax band adjustments. I'm not going to go into all the details because I realize that in this chamber time runs faster than normal.
Yeah, you have 5 more minutes.
Oh, shoot.
Let's know what's happening at Labour.
I haven't gone to Labour yet. But the tax band adjustments, I am spending my time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, really speaking to the issues that affect St. Peter. I like St. Peter just as much as I like Labour. So I am a little bit challenged. But the tax band adjustments, the addressing of the matter of CLICO, and the almost, or what I as a layman consider almost criminal conduct in that whole CLICO saga. They recognize too, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this government is moving, and I speak to the changing of the tax bands and the putting of more money, more disposable income into the hands of regular working class people and middle class people. They recognize that this government is making a change from direct taxation. In other words, the government that I'm a part of is of the view that it is not good to push your hands straight into people's pockets. We are moving from direct taxation to indirect taxation. Taxation where people have the option. So that as the Prime Minister spoke to on Tuesday or Wednesday, you can decide if you're going to buy dunks from the JTC Ramsey roundabout, or if you're going to go in Massey and buy grapes. Now, one is not going to have VAT, the other is going to have VAT. But it leaves me with the option. I have the money in my pocket because this government believes that people are intelligent and can make good decisions. We started the whole project of free secondary education, and we support free tertiary education. We believe that Barbadians are sensible, they've gone to school, even those who, like the Honourable Member St. Thomas refers to as people who drop out, even those people have enough sense to understand how to spend their money. Bajans are intelligent, Bajans are sensible, and when we went to first standard or sixth form, you know how to spend your money. This government is moving from direct to indirect taxation, allowing individuals to determine how they're going to spend the extra money that this government is going to leave in their pockets. And the people of Barbados are happy to have a little bit more jurisdiction over their own money. They don't like people taking away their money. I want to say, though, as it relates to the bus fares, because I'm sensitive to the fact that a lot of my people are going to be impacted. And this government, while it hasn't yet rolled out details of how it's going to work, this government has already discussed, considered, and I think we've agreed that there will be a transfer system where persons who have to catch the bus from Indian Ground, who have to catch the ZR from Indian Ground to Spike Sound, and then catch a transport board bus to get to town, will not have to pay $7 in total. The program will include a partnership with privately owned public service vehicles. And so I want to assure those who live in Indian Ground, Boscobel, Black Bess, well, especially Indian Ground and Boscobel, who may have to catch a ZR to get to Spikestone before they get a transport board bus, that even though it is a privately owned and then a publicly owned, this government, sensitive to their plight, or what could be their plight, will put measures in place to ensure that they are not unduly impacted in a negative way, having to make that arrangement. because as a country we do not have all the transportation to be able to provide publicly owned PSVs. And so we will put systems in place to allow them to be not burdened as much as they could possibly be. The budgetary proposals, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are also made in the context of understanding that people must be at the center of everything this government does. Because we are managing a country on behalf of the people who sent us here. And so the Honourable Prime Minister in her presentation would have spoken to the National Training Initiative. And this is an initiative that is intended to ensure that while we go through some tough economic times, that by the time we get to the end of this process, we will not just have rescued the country and placed the economy on a firm economic footing, but individuals would now be operating at levels of excellence not hitherto known in Barbados, because we believe in bringing people along. So there will be intensive training from the car washer to the coconut vendor and everybody in between. The First Jobs Initiative is in the process of being crafted, drafted, and a cabinet paper will soon come on that. There are a number of other matters, but given that my time is about to run out, I want to mention two things. The social partnership has been spoken to. I'm going to wrap up, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But the social partnership has been spoken to. I just feel that as Minister responsible for social partnership relations, that I must, at this point, thank the members of the social partnership for their commitment and for recognizing that we have to stay the course. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am really, really proud. And I actually, as I speak, feel a bit of a thrill coming through me. We have mature people in Barbados. There are mature organizations in Barbados. We have a social partnership that is comprised of people who understand where we are at, and so that we can go through this kind of adjustment process without chaos, because we have a mature social partnership which is comprised of mature people. The other thing I want to mention quickly has to do with BIDC workers. That has been a bugbear because the last wicked government sent home people and then tried to fight to make sure that it didn't pay them what was due to them. As we speak, the attorneys representing both the government and the workers are working out what the payments will be. This government will not be pursuing the court case that wicked people started just to try to stop people, working people from getting their money. This government is a government of a party that had its genesis in the struggle of workers, and this government will never abandon the cause of workers in this country. It will never abandon the cause of workers. I'm going to end with St. Peter again. And I look forward to the promise the Prime Minister made about what will happen to the former St. Joseph Hospital site. The people of St. Peter have sent me here to say to this chamber that they will be immensely happy when the proposal that includes the University of West Indies taking over the site and creating a healthcare facility in the north of the island. We in St. Peter are proud people. And when these meaningful investments are made in our parish and in our constituency, we feel very good. And we look forward, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the time when St. Joseph Hospital, a place where many people in St. Peter were actually delivered, born. We look forward to the time when that is restored and becomes an institution in Barbados that adds value to the country. Because in St. Peter we understand that we add value to the country. Mr. Speaker, I close by restating my support for the budgetary proposals. I restate that I am happy to be part of a government that understands how to manage, how to govern, that understands that even tough measures must have a human face, and that recognizes that we have a responsibility to ourselves, to the people who sent us here, but to the next generation. And with those few remarks, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you. Time of question, Michael North. Just hold for the speaker, please. Honourable for St. Michael North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm tempted to say finally, but Mr. Speaker, that precedes you, so you might not connect with what I'm saying there, Mr. But there's not a problem. But I want to begin, Mr. Speaker, by saying firstly that all the contributions I've heard so far in this debate have been exemplary, save one. And I want to compliment all honourable members. But I must, of necessity, single out the presentation by the Honourable Prime Minister on Wednesday afternoon in this chamber. The Honourable Prime Minister, sir, has delivered many lead presentations in budgetary debates before as opposition leader. Last year, around June, July, I believe, she also led a presentation in a mini budget. But last Wednesday, 2 days ago, was when she was called upon for the first time to lead what is really the most important debate presented in this chamber in any given year, which is our annual budgetary presentation. And her presentation suggested to me that it was almost as if this is something she had done all of her life, had done maybe 1,000 times before. Her presentation was cool, it was measured, and it was one that really gave as much as we can give, Mr. Speaker, at this time. I've been in this chamber now during the presentation of at least 25 budgets before, and never once was there one during that time that received universal support across the board after it was presented. For want of a better way of putting it, there are always givers and takers as a result of every budgetary presentation. And your reaction is going to depend on if you are a giver or a taker. Take this budget, for example, Mr. Speaker. Any property owner who has now to pay increased land taxes will speak negatively, chances are, about the budget, or certainly that aspect of the budget. A maid or any other employee who is receiving a tax refund, especially if they're going to be receiving it for the first time, they will likely speak in a complimentary way of the budget. If you rely exclusively on public transport, and therefore you now have to pay increased bus fare, likely, Mr. Speaker, you're going to be critical of the budget. If you are getting a tax refund, especially for the first time, which is the plus, but you also rely on public transport, and therefore you're paying increased bus fare, you might be in a bit of a no man's land. You might go either way. But I believe, given human nature, likely you're going to incline against the budget, Mr. Speaker. That's how human nature works. And I understand that all those who are feeling the pinch from any measure will likely show intolerance for at least that aspect of the budget, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to stand here and go anywhere and say that those people who react like that in these circumstances are unreasonable, Mr. Speaker. They are not unreasonable. That is a very natural human response to a pinch. But all I would do, Mr. Speaker, is to ask them to hang in there and stay the course with us. This government has been dealt a very, very bad hand by the last administration. And 10 years of chaotic economic mismanagement and destruction of an economy cannot be reversed without a mixture of more bitter than sweet, at least, Mr. Speaker, for a while. But stay the course, Mr. Speaker, and it is going to change. And I therefore again commend the Honourable Prime Minister for presenting a very realistic and a balanced budget in the circumstances currently existing and facing her and facing this country at this time. But I also, Mr. Speaker, want to compliment the Prime Minister for stepping out the box as well and putting a number of things very boldly on the table during the course of her presentation on Wednesday. I'm going to refer just to two of them, Mr. Speaker. The first one relates to the issue of gambling, in particular, I'm sure, casino gambling. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's a fact, for those who may not already know, that casino gambling is already taking place legally in the territorial waters of Barbados. Legislation came to this chamber some few years ago, brought by the last administration, to legalize casino gambling on cruise ships while in the Bridgetown port and at certain times while they're docked. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you are aware of that. I'm sure you would be aware of that. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that has been going on from since then, and it's still going on up to today. What is now being put on the table, Mr. Speaker, is the bringing of what is already happening on the seas in our waters directly into the country. That is what is now being put before us. Now, Barbadians can't just walk onto a cruise ship and go into the casino and start to play, use the facilities in the casino. And likewise, in what will be, I'm sure, primarily hotels, where those casinos are going to be located, Barbadians would not be either able to walk in and play in the casino either. Mr. Speaker, I cannot see anything on earth wrong with that. Can't see anything wrong with it. I would, in fact, Mr. Speaker, be a hypocrite to stand here and pretend that I'm a prude or purist when it comes to anything like this. I have gone on cruises before, like you, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect that, like you and some other honour members in here who are already smiling, anticipating what I'm going to say, while I have been on those cruises, I have spent substantial time in the casinos. I didn't spend substantial money, but I spent substantial time. So I don't even know that I agree that there should be any restriction on Barbadians going in to play in the casinos in Barbados either, because I support the whole concept of choice. Once it is legal, I support it. So I believe that I would support any casino gambling in Barbados. I really would. But particularly at the beginning, where you would have it tempered and moderated, where it would be in hotels, and for now, not within the purview or the accessibility of Barbadians at this stage, Mr. Speaker. The world is changing. Nothing stands still, especially the world. What was frowned upon yesterday is not frowned upon today. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, countries earn large sums of money as revenue from the operations of casinos. Large sums of money. And things like casinos give countries and destinations a very significant competitive advantage vis-a-vis others who are going ahead likewise and surging ahead. Barbados cannot afford to be left behind, Mr. Speaker, especially at this time. So I compliment the Prime Minister for boldly putting that issue on the table in her presentation on Wednesday. The second point, Mr. Speaker, that was put on the table, and I want to use her words exactly, Prime Minister announced that Barbados has approved the policy framework for the establishment of a medicinal cannabis industry to produce value-added products for global export and domestic consumption. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me at the outset make it clear that I would not support, I don't see myself ever supporting the legalization of marijuana for recreational purposes. I don't see myself ever supporting that. But the issue, Mr. Speaker, of the use of marijuana for medicinal purpose is now big on the horizon. It is big stuff. As Minister of International Business, I have had to make several visits, primarily to Canada, on certain road shows. And before you go, you have meetings scheduled to see primarily the traditional service providers, the accountants, the lawyers, and so on. Every time I've been so far, I have had, Mr. Speaker, to schedule additional appointments with people to see me, to discuss and hear where Barbados is in relation to the whole issue of the legalizing of marijuana. Every time. Most of them have expressed interest in domiciling companies in Barbados to work in relation to marijuana for medicinal purposes. Most of them are very interested in that. I had a meeting with one company 2 weeks ago when I was in Toronto, and their earnings, they are into that, Mr. Speaker. They are into growing marijuana for medicinal use. And their profits are now in the vicinity of $1.5 billion. And they are very interested in getting involved, domiciled in Barbados, to work in the issue of medicinal marijuana. $1.5 billion company, Mr. Speaker. Barbados cannot any longer continue to bury its head in the sand on these issues. These are things now where the world is going to, and our competitors are already surging ahead. They have already called places that have been trying to entice them to go there. But they have other companies in Barbados, traditional international business companies in Barbados, but they want to now further expand. Of course, sometimes people tie these things into all one deal. If you can't help me here, we will leave. We take out the others. So these are things, Mr. Speaker, that we have to really seriously look at, and we will do our due diligence. Nobody is saying that people are going to just be allowed to come in Barbados and just run in without due checks and searches and due diligence. That will all be done, whether it's casinos or whether it's medicinal marijuana. But, Mr. Speaker, those are two things I am glad the Prime Minister has boldly announced. I don't know if a debate is going to follow on it or not, but so be it. But I certainly support going there at this time, Mr. Speaker. That is where the world is going. Mr. Speaker, I obviously could not speak in this debate unless I said something about the international business sector, particularly given the happenings in the last few weeks, when, of course, there was the blacklisting of Barbados by the European Union. I don't want to say the blacklisting of Barbados full stop, but that was not accurate. By the European Union, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by saying that I am, as the Prime Minister is, and as the entire government of Barbados is, I am totally committed to the Barbados' international business sector, Mr. Speaker. And I make that point every time I have to address any gathering, when I'm on any trip overseas, having a meeting, addressing a seminar, whatever. We in the government of Barbados is committed to the international business sector in Barbados. So I want the international business sector to understand that we have their back in the same way that we expect them to have our back, and we are standing with them through all this as we expect them to stand with us through this, and as they seem to be standing, Mr. Speaker, with us through all this. If you were not committed to the international business sector, you would not have spent the better part of some 7 months last year at great cost and time to ensure that we met the requirements we had to meet in relation to the OECD by the 31st of December last year. And we did, Mr. Speaker, meet those requirements, and we can hold up the certificate of compliance or clearance, as it were, for all to see from the OECD. And the OECD is the globally recognized tax setting and monitoring body globally, sir. The recognized entity. Now, we obtained clearance from them, Mr. Speaker, on the OECD, which had European Union member countries that agreed at the OECD that Barbados, because they are members of the OECD as well, the European Union members, they sat at the OECD as members of the OECD and agreed that Barbados had fully complied with the requirements laid down. And then left there and went back to the European Union, Mr. Speaker, and took a different position. So the OECD, with EU members, decided that we no longer had any potentially harmful features in our tax regimes, and that there were no longer any ring-fencing issues. But then those same EU members, Mr. Speaker, left the OECD meeting, went back to the European Union, and then decided to send us a letter dated February 1st, after we had been cleared by OECD with their support a few weeks before. And that letter said that we had failed to remove the harmful features from our original, or effects from our original regimes. That was a 180-degree turn by EU members, Mr. Speaker. The letter also said that we were now a no or lower tax jurisdiction, which we already knew, because we converged our tax at a scale between 5.5% and 1%, and we self-declared to be a lower tax jurisdiction. And then the letter also had, and this was really the sticking point, it indicated that we had to commit to tailor our substance legislation to conform with the substance requirements of their Criterion 2.2. Don't worry about the technicalities, Mr. Speaker, just take that as a flow. But the absurdity was that their Criterion 2.2 has areas of divergence from the substance requirements of the OECD. And the problem was that these areas of divergence in Criterion 2.2 from what was the OECD's requirements were only communicated to us orally, phone calls and so on, with no details. And even when we were referred to their Criterion 2.2 itself, there were no further fully set out details there either to let us know what it is that we were being called upon to commit to do. So, Mr. Speaker, after oral requests by us for clarification and details which went unanswered, 2 written requests were made for these needed details by us. And those requests were made, both made before the day of the ECOFA meeting on March 12th, when the EU was meeting to determine the listings for the various countries. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, it was only the day after we were blacklisted by the European Union that the details that we requested were supplied. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So they blacklisted us and then supplied the information the next day that we had asked for before the meeting, Mr. Speaker. This is really, Mr. Speaker, I would say, a very, very brutal act by the European Union, designed, I believe, to cause us serious reputational damage, and because perhaps we simply asked to be treated like a sovereign nation. That is all, Mr. Speaker. All we were saying throughout this, the sub-theme and all of our things was just that we are a sovereign nation. You want us to commit to something? Fine. But give me the details that you want me to commit to. Our position has always been that any country can say to another country, I want to discuss aspects of whatever, in this case, your tax structure. I want to discuss that with you. There's nothing wrong with that. Then we can decide, okay, let's discuss it. You might point out to me saying that really and truly makes sense. You might point out the valid change that I really should make in relation to my tax structure. But to demand that we give a high-level political commitment to do something without us knowing the specifics of what you were commanding us to do, Mr. Speaker, was to tell us to sign a blank check with the industry's future. That's what you really asked us to do, Mr. Speaker. And you know, having got what appear to be the details, because it's now being, of course, analyzed by the technical people, having got the details, we saw that one of the things that we were being told to commit to, in the details that we got now afterwards, it was said that we are not dealing with that right now. Don't bother with that right now. The beneficial ownership, unfettered access to beneficial ownership. We are not bothering that anymore. That's going to take some time to flesh out. So that's not all the care. But we were asked before they said that, that's one of the things we were told to commit to, or else. And then they come back and say, but we ain't dealing with that right now, so don't hurt your head. Another one earlier, when we were asking for details, they had said that we really can't, although they insisted we still have to commit to it, they said, sir, we can't give you the details as yet because they have not yet been worked out. So this really was a serious thing, Mr. Speaker. We view this as a very, very serious. This is not trivia for us. This is not trivia for us, Mr. Speaker. I was in Brussels about 5-6 weeks ago, part of a CARICOM delegation, and at a reception that we were being hosted at in Romania, one individual said, in all fairness, this was not ministerial level comment, but it was a comment by a technical person who was there on the European Union side. They said to one of the officers present at the dinner, sitting next to the person, that after the issue of the Panama Papers, we consider that entire region to be corrupt, and we intend to shut down the international business sector in that region. That is what an officer of my reporter was said to him as we were being hosted. Admittedly, Mr. Speaker, it was not it was not said by a minister. It was said by a technical person, but it was said. It was said, Mr. Speaker. So in all this, small states like ours have to band together if we are to be serious, if we are to be taken seriously. We have to ensure that our voices are heard as a group. Now, obviously, despite all that I've said, we do not intend to stay on any blacklist for longer than we have to. That will be folly, Mr. Speaker. And we can now therefore engage in discussions, having received the details that we're saying. We can now have discussions, and in fact, discussions already began earlier this week. But I would just say, Mr. Speaker, that it is truly sad that the price to pay for just trying to be treated like a sovereign state is to be blacklisted. It is truly a sad day when the price to pay for asking to be seen and treated as a sovereign state is that you are to be blacklisted. But we have learned some lessons, Mr. Speaker, from all this. We have learned some lessons. Firstly, the world out there is not kind. It's not a kind world out there. Nobody owe us anything. We're going to fight for what we want. We're going to fight for it. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it's so annoying when you grappling with forces outside of Barbados, and then forces in Barbados itself try to mash up. Look at the events of yesterday. And all these last 2 weeks, a set of youngsters going on the place, terrorizing the place. Pulling it down from the inside. But you need all the resource, energy, and strength that you can get from the inside to fight with the outside. And you got to divert energy and resources to deal with internal pulling down by people who really should know better. So that's the first lesson we learned. But you also learned that we have to broaden our search now for international business. We have to broaden the search, Mr. Speaker. We can't leave all of our eggs in a few baskets. The time is now for some serious research to go on in terms of which other markets we can start to try to penetrate and attract business from. There are places out there like Africa, China, the Middle and Far East. All those are places, Mr. Speaker, which I believe we need to do some research in and see how soon and how we can penetrate into them, Mr. Speaker. And that will be done. In fact, I'm in the course of putting together a special advisory group, not very big, comprising government and the private sector, to really look at all the issues that I've just raised and to really advise on engaging some research and advise us as to really how we should now go forward to ensure that we are not taken by a lot of the surprises that we are being taken by now at this time, and just generally to advise us how we go about getting into some of these newer markets, which are really there. I don't want to say for the taking, but which we really need to break into, to diversify. And in fact, one of the meetings that I had in Toronto 2 weeks ago, made a very good contact. A certain firm that is already doing some work for us has offered to really give us some avenues into some of these places anyhow. So we are going to have to put a structured relationship in place with them to ensure that we can, as they say, get into some of these other markets. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much time I have left, but I think I have about another 20 minutes. 20 minutes or so?
Another 20 minutes, sir? You checked the clock when you started, sir? I remember? You didn't? You didn't check the clock when you started?
No, thanks, Mr. Speaker.
If you're getting close to your time and you want extended time and or depend on certain other variables,
yes,
that can happen, but no, you didn't start that. You started at 5 o'clock, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, then just taper off my speech by referring to making some comments in relation to our manufacturing and industrial sector. And let me, at the outset of this phase of my speech, Mr. Speaker, just say that preparing for the strategic development of the manufacturing and industrial sector will be one of the main areas of focus for my ministry in the next financial year. And the main point of focus in that regard will be the preparation of a national industrial policy for the sector. A lot has been happening in relation to the sector, for the betterment of the sector, even as I speak. And but the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that both the behavior of the sector and the responses to the issues raised by the sector have by and large been more piecemeal and knee-jerk than properly structured, and rather than sufficiently structured, Mr. Speaker. And I say that is largely the case, not entirely the case, because things are happening for the sector. And the Barbados Industrial Development Corporation, the IDC, has been rolling out a number of programs for the manufacturing sector primarily, and there are some plans in the pipeline as well for the sector going forward. So some things are happening. Programs like the Shared Cluster Facility, the Apparel Renewal Project, the Entrepreneurship Through Education Program, the Animation Hub Program are all good programs that have yielded results already for the sector. Next year, 2020, there's a program called Accelerate 2020. And that is going to be a fantastic project, because the BADC is going to be aiming to start up or expand 20 high-growth, innovative companies by the end of 2020 and put them in a position where they can achieve annual export earnings of 100,000 Barbados dollars in the medium to long term. And that is commendable and that is necessary. But still, Mr. Speaker, despite those sorts of programs, there is still a need to pause and let us put a policy in place for this sector to make it proceed to develop in a very structured way. And the truth, Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, the manufacturing and industrial sector in Barbados is performing below par. That is not in the golf sense. I understand that when you perform below par in golf, that's good. Well, when the manufacturing sector performs below par, that is not good. Mr. Speaker, there are some people who have said that the manufacturing sector has been neglected by successive administrations. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I received an invitation to speak recently at a certain organization, and the letter that I received actually said that. I found it to be a bit tacky, but to put that in there, but it was actually in there that most manufacturers believe that the manufacturing sector has been neglected by by successive administrations. My published facts, Mr. Speaker, tell a bit of the story. And I'm going to deal with a certain period just to see who did what for the sector, because on this it's good to lay that groundwork. And we're going to take the period from when I became a member of Parliament in here in 1994 to 2017, 2018. And we're going to look at certain indicators. And you can determine, Mr. Speaker. First, look at the average number of employees in the manufacturing sector between 1994 and 2007. The average number of employees in the formal manufacturing sector of that period was 10,260 people per year between 1994 and 2007. 10,260 employees per year. The highest recorded number of employees for a given year being 1997 of some 12,199 employees. And we know who was running the sector at that time, as it were. Which administration? The Barbados Labour Party. Compare that with the 2008 to 27 period, where the average number of employees for any year was 7,804 employees, down by over 2,000 employees per year. When the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, was in office, and the lowest year, recorded year for the number of employees in that period, or in fact for the period from 1994 to 2007, was in 2017. In 2007, when they had in fact 7,015 people employed. 2017, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the number of manufacturing companies in this formal manufacturing sector, and this information I'm seeking to use was supplied to me by the BIDC, an entity with no axe to grind. In terms of the number of manufacturing companies, in 1997, there were some 406 manufacturing companies in the formal manufacturing sector in Barbados, the highest in the period between 1994 and 2007. 2017, which was the lowest year for any number of manufacturing companies, was 232, almost half the number that was there before under the Barbados Labour Party administration. In terms of total investment in the sector, the year 2000 saw some $64.8 million invested in the manufacturing sector in Barbados, whereas in 2012, a mere $13.6 million was invested in the sector, almost a quarter of what had been invested, only a quarter, sir, of what had been invested in 2000. Again, you can recognize which government was there for which of those particular performances. In terms of the sector's contribution to the GDP, in 1994 and 2003, the sector contributed some 7.9% to GDP, which was the highest years, while in 2016, under the Democratic Labour Party, it merely contributed 4.8% to Barbados' gross domestic product. So we can see exactly when the sector was performing better, more particularly, Mr. Speaker, which sector, which administration it was performing better under. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to make, as I said, the industrial sector more sure-footed, and therefore we're doing this industrial policy that I made reference to. The end goal of this policy, broadly put, Mr. Speaker, is to have by 2025 a core of growth-oriented, competitive, and financially strong enterprises. This will translate into increased employment, the generation of wealth and new investment, and more particularly, Mr. Speaker, the alleviation of poverty in this country, which always has to be in the forefront of everything that we try to promote and make a success. To achieve those sorts of goals, Mr. Speaker, we have to not run away from, but to confront boldly the challenges and constraints faced by the sector, engage in wide consultation with perhaps every single stakeholder in the industry, and develop a package that addresses, hopefully, all of the obstacles standing in the sector's way, Mr. Speaker. We have to do that, and we have to do it boldly. And a number of issues we are going to put on the table for discussion and consultation, because there will have to be a number of consultations going on in the preparation of this policy. And we have to look at ensuring that there's an enabling business environment, ensuring there is adequate and readily available financing for the sector, because this is the main complaint of the sector, usually, that they can't access financing. So we have to look at the models of what we are doing now, and see if in 2019 those models still are applicable for financing, and determine how best you can structure financing for the sector after consultation. You have to prepare an effective export strategy, because this is all about earning foreign exchange, not all about it, but primarily earning foreign exchange. You have to establish appropriate mechanisms to promote and stimulate research and development. Research and development is at the core of anything you do. If you don't research, you don't know which direction to go in. You don't know if you are going in the right direction. So you must have research and development. There must be a commitment, absolutely, to Barbadian excellence. And this in every sense of the word, high quality and value of goods and services, I may add, because some of these services around this place is really, really sloppy, Mr. Speaker, and has to be tidied up. There must be adequate and relevant human resource development, which is self-explanatory. So we are going to have wide national consultation in the months ahead, and the end game, of course, is to see an increase in domestic exports, significantly so, secure significant import substitution, increase the sector's contribution to GDP. I think we saw just now the highest percentage was 7.9%. We want to get this sector back up or up to the level where it is contributing at least about 12% to GDP. We want to be able to generate new investment annually in the sector of around over $80 million. Mr. Speaker, all these things sound ambitious, but you have to aim high, and these are things that we really would like to very much do. We want to also not tinker with things like retooling the sector or retraining, but actually identifying new industries altogether. There's a lot of technology out there. No, we have to break into that, Mr. Speaker. There's no point. While apparel and so on is still relevant, and furniture, that is good, but that will only take us so far. We have to break into new industries. That's why the committee I spoke about earlier will play a role in all this as well, the advisory committee, to tell us what new industries are out there we should look at, how we should go about trying to tap into them to benefit in the ways that I am suggesting. And then we also want to develop at least 25 exponential companies earning at least $5 million in annual export sales by 2025. So we have some very ambitious plans, but this is something that has been languishing for a while. The sector has been going adrift where we have been mostly responding. The policymakers have been more, if somebody sends in a letter of complaint, they reply, give them advice of what's supposed to do with that particular problem, but no overview has been taken of the sector and its several deficiencies and challenges that have to really be looked into and improved upon. So, Mr. Speaker, those are, broadly speaking, I see the clock, Mr. Speaker. I see the clock. Mr. Speaker,
Continue, sir. Honourable, continue.
I'm going to wind up, but Mr. Speaker, that in a nutshell is what we'll be doing for the manufacturing sector. I've said a lot about the international business sector. I felt it incumbent on me to let the public know what it is we were going through, to assure the international business sector that we are taking this very seriously. Anyone who has called me in the sector, I have spoken to, I've met with as far as I can. Even one day when I couldn't get to a meeting, I actually had a teleconference from where I was with them and the Director of International Business. So everything that is put to me, I take very seriously at this time. I have to be there 100% of the time. But we are committed, Mr. Speaker, to getting off the blacklist and sooner rather than later. So I want to end, Mr. Speaker, by saying that I understand people's frustrations when measures outlined that impacts on them in a negative way, but particularly financially. I understand it, but I urge them to steer the course. This government is doing the best that it can do. We are not exempting ourselves from anything that is imposed on the people of Barbados. We share it too. I am a property owner. I am going to be hit very hard now with these increases in land taxes. I don't have as much property as a member for the city or St. Michael, West Central, and so on, St. Philip West, and so on. But I still have a little something, and I'm going to be hit by it. So we are not exempted from what is being imposed on the people. And I want, Mr. Speaker, to commend the Prime Minister. I have not spoken on any constituency issue. Perhaps I should have. The one pressing one, I took have requests in terms of from constituents. There is a job issue. I impress upon them that these are not times when jobs are that readily available because of the hand that we have to play. But I'm going to make a statement, Mr. Speaker, that you would appreciate me for. And I want it known that I consider that anytime there are jobs available and ministers have jobs, there has to be a sharing. There has to be. You know, we too get stories about jobs that are in the mix-up, and then here in one ministry, you know, a minister who are not all the jobs. And I'm saying this to you, Mr. Speaker, I know you like this kind of talk, and this is a plea for you too, Mr. Speaker, right? So we want to, I must confess that the Minister of Housing has been really cooperating as best that he can. But when it comes to these jobs, Mr. Speaker, all of us in here may not want to say it, but it's true. And we also want to see, and the one point I would make is in relation to the gap in KFL. And the Minister of Public Works, I know you can see me, I know you can hear me. I am holding off.
I remember, you remember it says there?
Just here, right. Well, he can, yeah. I held off until, wasn't even going to say anything until March 31st, the end of the current financial year, because every time I was told, new financial year. The new financial year, Mr. Speaker, is 9 days' time. So I want to see 9 days' time, some tractors, and different things, bobcats and things, in Valley Gap, KFL, to fix a road that was made a national issue. The people of KFL, Mr. Speaker, the people in St. Michael North, really, especially KFL, have carried a burden through the years for supporting the Barbados Labour Party, especially KFL. I know there's a Barbados Labour Party government, so I am not going back to them telling them any foolishness or soft swapping nothing. I will not be doing that, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect you're the same kind of man. So I am not going to be doing that. So, Memphis City, a word, Mr. Speaker, a word to the wise is enough. And on that, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to support the budget and the associated resolution. And I would like to congratulate the member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, who, for her very substantive presentation. Indeed, this is her second budget, Mr. Speaker, within 10 months. The first budget, Mr. Speaker, in my assessment, that with the path of stabilization. It was to take corrective action to stabilize the Barbados economy. The second budget is meant to kickstart growth program, and I think that is necessary for us to support it and for us to speak to aspects of the budget. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the people of St. Michael West Central who sent me here in their name to represent their interests, and by so representing them to speak on issues relevant to them. And I want to thank them for their confidence they reposed in me, in fact, the overwhelming confidence that they reposed in me on the last occasion. Mr. Speaker, the June 11, 2018 budgetary statement, a budget delivered 19 days after the Barbados Labour Party won the government. And in that speech, I recall the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast making the point that that budget was entitled, that budget was a budget to save the Barbados dollar. She said it was to ensure that Barbados never becomes a failed state. And she also made reference to the point that there were very large deficits in, I believe, the last financial year would have been approximately 447 million. And after 10 years, we've been racking up these large deficits. A decision had to be taken to bring them under control. Mr. Speaker, I recall as well that there were significant arrears, not only to the National Insurance Scheme, but there were significant arrears to individuals and also independent Barbadian companies. Mr. Speaker, what is the situation today? National insurance arrears have been cleared, and I'll come back to that later. And as a further measure, in this budget, we have seen, come July 31st, approximately $39 million to be repaid to the taxpayers of Barbados. Another $108 million down the road. And for those who had outstanding tax due to them, personal income tax, will be paid over $166 million. And Mr. Speaker, this is at a time when the Barbados Labour Party came to office with a national debt of about $15 billion compared to where we left it in 2008. Mr. Speaker, what is so fundamental about the budget presentation, and something that perhaps not all of us will appreciate, is the fact that in the Prime Minister's June 11th, 2018 budget, she's announced a plan to reduce the debt to GDP from 175% to below 115% within the first 5 years. And if you don't believe me, you can go back to page 11 of the budget of June 11th, 2018. Mr. Speaker, we heard last Wednesday that the debt restructuring moved from 170% to 125% of GDP. And Mr. Speaker, can I tell you that the movement occurred within 10 months. Within 10 months. The Prime Minister had a goal of accomplishment within 5 years. And we are 10% away from that goal. And we did so in 10 months, Mr. Speaker. And what a remarkable achievement. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the government is yet to conclude the external debt restructuring. So I say to Barbados and to Barbadians, stay the course. Because the one thing the Barbados Labour Party is capable of doing is managing the Barbados economy. And we are off to a jolly good start, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of tax relief, well, indeed, I am extremely grateful, because the constituents of St. Michael West Central will benefit in large numbers. There are within the 63,000 households in Barbados that come July will benefit from a substantial reduction in taxation in this country. I'm not going to go through the tax bans, but every tax ban, every Barbadian working in this country and paying taxes will benefit from a substantial reduction in taxation, Mr. Speaker, every one of them. And the good thing about the policy framework of this government, it is about sharing the burden, Mr. Speaker. Not that you have one set of individuals paying everything in this country. You have now individuals, you have companies, and you have those who come here and do business as well as visit this country, sharing in the burden, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, and I don't want the public to forget this. You recall too in the budget of June 11th last year that the Prime Minister came into this August chamber and she removed NSRL, $150 million removed from the backs of poor people in this country, Mr. Speaker. $150 million. I am not going to go into any more detail on that, but I welcome the tax relief for the people of St. Michael West Central. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of capital expenditure, And rightfully so, the country needs capital expenditure. Because when you look around the state of roads in St. Michael West Central, I am appalled. Because for the last 10 years, you can get a road fixed in St. Michael West Central. Well, I've had discussions with and a tour as well, with the Honourable Member for Christchurch, the Honourable Minister, Christchurch West. And he toured not every area of St. Michael West Central, but we undertook a tour. And he has given me his assurance that he is going to fix some roads in St. Michael West Central. And I accept he can't fix all at one go. But I am confident we will have some roads and that the people in St. Michael West Central will benefit from the $139 million road package, Mr. Speaker. Because the people in Melvin's, Lattice Lane, Trellis Walk, Grisette's Court, Mr. Speaker, Wayville, Longap, Seclusion Road, Seclusion Gardens, and I can go on and on. Pembroke Road, Cleaverdale, they too must have some roads. But he has given me his assurance, and I welcome his assurance, and of course I will stay on top of him to ensure that those roads are done, sir, as you too, Mr. Speaker, should do. Mr. Speaker, the initiative of the trust loan schemes, a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for small Barbadian businessmen and women in the constituency. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, they are benefiting in numbers from that trust loan scheme. And I want to encourage the government, whenever cash becomes available, to expand that program. Because I can tell you there are a number of small business people who have in my constituency who have taken advantage of the trust loan scheme. The National Training Initiative, we've heard a lot about it. But again, if we are going to retool, Mr. Speaker, and if we are moving to a digital platform, and if we want to move to the jobs of the future that the ILO had agreed about 2 or 3 years ago, the future of jobs, then it falls to this Barbados Labour Party once again to lead the way in building out a secure future. And I salute the government's National Training Initiative. Mr. Speaker, the new commissions, I support the Protective Services Commissions, especially at Customs. I don't have enough time on this occasion to deal with it. But the one thing I would like the government to consider, and is that qualification order of 2016. Mr. Speaker, there are too many people in the constituency of St. Michael West Central who come to me every Thursday or when I canvass, and I do so often, almost daily, who complain to me about the qualification order 2016. And I believe it is high time that we have a debate and that we discuss these matters, because that qualification order is a serious bugbear for the people of St. Michael West Central. Other people come from other constituencies and complain to me about it as well. And if I go to the customs, the immigration, wherever I go, people complain to me. It is a serious matter and it ought to be addressed. Well, I'm going to leave a debate for the Services Commission for another occasion, because I firmly believe that we've got to reform that, but that's a discussion for another occasion. But I really want the government to look at the qualification order 2016. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the Transport Board, let me say this. I empathize with the workers, especially those at the lower income bracket, earning bracket, who will have to pay the increased bus fare. I empathize with them, Mr. Speaker. I understand their position. But I also want to say this, that the failure of the last administration, the Democratic Labour Party, they failed to follow a fleet replacement policy. And as a result of that, we are where we are today. But we have the skills and the abilities, Mr. Speaker, to fix it. And we are going to fix it. It is going to be tough, I accept. But the problem is this. For the last 10 years, the Transport Board accumulated deficits of $500 million, Mr. Speaker. And we want the taxpayers to understand this. The government has to finance it. But the government would have to collect taxes to finance it. So if we can raise $500 million going forward, if we can erase deficits of $60 and $70 million going forward, it will redound to the benefit of the taxpayers of Barbados. And I know, Mr. Speaker, because this is a caring administration, and I would want to suggest to the Honourable Prime Minister that when things improve, perhaps we should look at increasing the reverse tax credit to help those at the lower end, because we understand it. But the issue has always been the accumulated deficits at the Transport Board. And I'm sure that the caring Prime Minister she will obviously and carefully look at that, because the workers, as she has said, will never have to carry the pain alone. Mr. Speaker, in respect of tourism and hotel investments, our previous Barbados Labour Party talked about the concept of a university town. With Ross University, Mr. Speaker, it has come through. Because right now we have a situation where you're going to have persons, friends of students here and other family members coming to Barbados to visit Barbados. So we will get a spin-off from that. We will earn foreign exchange, Mr. Speaker. Those who are attending the campus here, Mr. Speaker, they will spend. So we will see increased economic activity. And indeed, Ross University has created the concept of university town. And that is important. And the more, Mr. Speaker, we have here, the better for this Barbados. Mr. Speaker, the last Democratic Labour Party administration promised, well, it was 5 hotels, 10 hotels. They promised everything under the sun, but they never delivered. This Barbados Labour Party is capable of delivering, and we should deliver. And in respect of gambling, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North spoke to it. I too support it, because it is important that we improve our tourism offering in Barbados. And don't care wherever you go in the world, there is casino gambling. And Mr. Speaker, the time has come when we have to look at it critically, because when we do so, there are abundance of jobs and also a lot of taxation that you can earn from this sector. Of course, it would have to be controlled. On the issue of the airport, I support the RFP for concessions at Grantley Adams International Airport. We have to increase our visitor spend. It is absolutely critical, but we also have to fix the experience when you're leaving and going through customs, because we still have to, or like we fix the departure, I think the time will have to come in due course when we look at that. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is not in his seat, but I recall the Leader of the Opposition during his presentation asking for the width of the Grantley Adams International runway to be expanded, because he made the point that you have the A380 aircraft and that you should make provision for that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to caution the Leader of the Opposition and to advise him that the A380 will soon be out of production. Because, and if you don't believe me, Emirates, for example, they've just reduced their order by substantial numbers as well. Because whereas they thought that the aircraft would be extremely efficient, and they thought they would have received the passengers and the number of passengers to continue flying, they are now beginning to rethink their strategy. But I don't think we should expand the airport. We have to look and see what is trending before we go and spend substantial amounts of money on those issues. Mr. Speaker, national insurance. Well, you know, I have the good fortune of chairing the Transport Board, the National Insurance Board. And what I want to say here is that we are working in the interests of the insured population. We are in discussions with the Ministry of Labor because, as I said before, we want to have a one-stop arrangement for those who go to the National Insurance Scheme to register for unemployment benefits. That plan is coming along nicely, Mr. Speaker. Plans are being drawn up for an area to be refurbished within the National Insurance Department. And once that is done, obviously, further details will come to light. Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy to announce that there will be a new investment code and guidelines coming, because no longer can we afford to be faced with a situation that we were faced with for the last 10 years, where the government of Barbados saw the National Insurance Scheme as their bank, and where they took substantial and concentrated risks with the taxpayers' money of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, we will have new policy guidelines in place because we have to diversify the National Insurance Board away from this concentration in government paper, Mr. Speaker. We have to think outside of the box. We have to start looking for new opportunities that would fit the National Insurance portfolio, Mr. Speaker, so that we can enhance development. I've always wondered, Mr. Speaker, why is it that a government would elect to go and invest in government paper, and a country that relies on tourism, Mr. Speaker, that they would refuse to invest, and substantially so, in real estate in the hotel sector? And Mr. Speaker, let me explain what I mean. I believe that they should have built hotels in Barbados, lease them, not manage, that is not their skill. Lease them, collect a rent check every month in foreign currency, deposit it with the central bank or deposit it with a commercial bank. Help to use that same money to help to diversify the fund overseas, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, when you're building, you're contributing to economic activity. Jobs for you, your people, Mr. Speaker. Jobs for my people. Jobs for the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker. And when the hotel is finished, Mr. Speaker, you will also have jobs in the hotel sector. The taxi men will benefit. The people in agriculture who supply the companies, Mr. Speaker, will benefit. And the country will benefit too, Mr. Speaker, because you got VAT and you have the levy. And Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what was happening there. Didn't understand it. But rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that we will have a new investment code, and we will be looking at other aspects of investments. Mr. Speaker, I also believe that the National Insurance Fund should also be assisting with the housing solutions in Barbados, but only as a developer. Only as a developer, Mr. Speaker. Especially affordable housing for the insured population. And the time has come where we've got to use the national insurance as a vehicle for improvement and opportunity and for benefits for those who contribute to the fund, Mr. Speaker. And it doesn't jeopardize the fund. Not at all, Mr. Speaker. And we've got to do it. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage self-employed persons to register with national insurance. Of course, I think we're going to have to look perhaps at a pay-as-you-go system. And what I mean by that, instead of having to complete all these schedules, Mr. Speaker, allow the taxi man who, especially during seasonality, to go and deposit some money in national insurance and pay as they get money, Mr. Speaker. We have to facilitate that, and that is coming too. We also, I would like, Mr. Speaker, to encourage the insured population to go online and check their contributions, because too often, based on my very short experience there, you have a situation where you have to, in order to qualify for contributory pension, you must have 500 contributions. And oftentimes, sometimes people don't know, and sometimes it's too late, and then they have to go and apply for non-contributory pension. I also believe, sir, that we're going to have a new communications program focusing on messaging, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these very messages get through. But Mr. Speaker, there were some issues on the National Insurance Fund raising here. Let me say that the National Insurance Board, as we all know, they manage several funds. You have the National Insurance Fund, You have the Sugar Workers Fund, you have the Unemployment Fund, you have the Severance Fund, you have the Health Service Contribution Levy, but that's paid over to Queen Elizabeth Hospital. You have the Training Levy, which is collected but paid into the Treasury, the Consolidated Fund as we know it. You have the Catastrophe Fund, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, let me make the point here, that when you look at the assets of the fund, national insurance over $5 billion, unemployment over 100 million, severance over 100 million, training levy collected and paid over, catastrophe fund 64 million. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on. And the reason why I say that, Mr. Speaker, is because this Barbados Labour Party government has no position the national insurance scheme in a position where no longer we are paid in government paper, Mr. Speaker. This Barbados Labour Party government, and I am pleased to report this evening, that all rents for the Warren Tower 2, Baobab, CXC headquarters, Mr. Speaker, being paid and up to date, Mr. Speaker. That was unheard of in the last administration. The National Insurance Fund today is more secure than it was under the Democratic Labour Party. I go further, sir. Non-contributory pension, all paid up current, Mr. Speaker. State-owned enterprises, including the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, paid up, sir. Paid up. All paid in cash, not paper, Mr. Speaker. And the Leader of the Opposition asked questions. He asked about the audits, Mr. Speaker, and I can give him the answers. The Barbados Labour Party inherited audits that were outstanding from 2007, Mr. Speaker. They were outstanding. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, once they take charge, you must have some action, sir. And that's a fact, because I'm working on behalf of the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to tell you, 2007, 2008, 2009, completed audit reports issued by the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. All funds completed, and all funds, because as I said to you, Mr. Speaker, we manage several funds. All funds completed for 2009. Mr. Speaker, 2010 and 2011 have been submitted to the Auditor General, and hopefully we'll get them back. And I give the House this assurance that 2012 to 2017 will be completed by the time we come back here next year for debate on the budget, Mr. Speaker. I will be happy to report further progress. And I believe, sir, that I will be in a position to tell you that we have completed all audits, Mr. Speaker. All. I say that so that, just to put that matter to rest. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is the exposure to the government. Well, we all know that is nothing new. Remember, the Barbados Labour Party came in here as opposition party between 2008 all the way to 2017. And the Barbados Labour Party made the point. They questioned the issue of the high concentration of government investments in the national scheme. We all know that. I wasn't in this parliament during the last session, Mr. Speaker, but I followed the parliament and I followed what happened here. And I know that almost every budget, the issue of national insurance was discussed. Mr. Speaker, yes, the Leader of the Opposition made the point about the 71% concentration. But when the Barbados Labour Party came to office, the concentration was about 75-76% of investments in central government and statutory corporations, with an 89% exposure in Barbados. But Mr. Speaker, you have no fear, because the 15th actual review, and if you go to the 15th actual review, which is already a document of this House, and if you go to page 4, Mr. Speaker, it said, sir, Mr. Speaker, on page 4, that unemployment at 2014 fell to levels not experienced since 1999. That was under the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. And it said that the number of national insurance contributions in 2014 had declined sharply to its lowest level since 1998. That is what the Democratic Labour Party did under their tenure, Mr. Speaker. But I know that there's a 16th actual review coming. And I am confident that it will not read like the one that we had on the 15th actual review. I can't comment too much on that, Mr. Speaker, because that will come to this Parliament in due course. And of course, it will be laid in this Parliament, and members will have an opportunity to discuss it. Mr. Speaker, debt restructuring was discussed by the leader of the opposition, no issue. I recall that, and it has to be about good governance, sir. When the issue of debt restructuring was being this issue of this debt restructuring had engaged the attention of the board. As chairman of the board, I asked the actuary, Monu Chappelle, to come to his representative come to Barbados, and I invited the folk to have a discussion with the board of directors, because it is a pension fund and we had to ensure that everything was going the right path, Mr. Speaker, and we did that to ensure that, because we knew somewhere along the line that some people would have wanted to question the debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the query, and when he came, Mr. Speaker, the board took a decision. And can I tell honourable members here this evening that when the matter of debt restructuring was discussed at the board meeting, it was a unanimous decision, Mr. Speaker. Government, unions, Mr. Speaker, and the private sector. On the issue, Mr. Speaker, of the losses, unemployment and severance fund, let me make this point. The severance fund has in excess of $100 million. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the severance fund is really not working the way it ought, or is not being utilized in the manner in which it ought to be utilized. Because I have made this point, the Honourable Member for St. Peter knows I've been making this point. A severance fund is an insurance policy paid by employers in Barbados. And oftentimes when you find yourself in difficulty, you should have every right to utilize part of the proceeds to ensure you continue to stimulate economic activity in this country. And that this government must never apologize to anybody, because we had to fund the severance bill at CBC, Transport Board, and others, Mr. Speaker, because that is the rationale and the reason why the National Insurance Fund was established. It was established to help employers. The same employers who contributed, employees don't contribute to the fund, Mr. Speaker, the employers do. And that is rationale. Mr. Speaker, on the unemployment fund, it's sustainable, Mr. Speaker. No issue whatsoever. And the unemployment fund did pay out money and continues to pay out money, Mr. Speaker. The issue, sir, in respect of the Paradise, the government got back its money. It's $9.2 million in Paradise. That was wrapped up into the series as part of the restructuring program. So I would like to let the honourable member for Sir Michael West know that that matter has been taken care of. But I want, Mr. Speaker, to assure all Barbadians that the national insurance scheme is safe, Mr. Speaker. Safe. But this government, Mr. Speaker, has committed to ensuring that the National Insurance Fund will never be used to finance or never be used as a means to finance bogus debt, Mr. Speaker. Never. Never. It will never do what the last government did, Mr. Speaker.
You use the term bogus?
No, sir, I withdraw it.
No, I just thought you said bogus debt. Meaning
No.
No, I don't remember you said bogus. Let me explain. I don't know what bogus means.
But bogus means, sir. Bogus means. Bogus means, I rephrase it, right? But we will use the National Insurance Fund to build up capacity, Mr. Speaker, for the benefits of those who pay into the fund, Mr. Speaker, and that we are going to generate real rates of return. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work to be done. And I'm pleased to tell you that next week, I'm going to be discussing the issue of the backlog of national insurance claims too, Mr. Speaker, because you, like me, probably had inquiries from some people. But we are going to discuss that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, in closing, because I'm mindful of the time, I want to thank the constituents of St. Michael West Central for keeping the faith in this government, Mr. Speaker. We are 10 months old as a government. It's been a lot of heavy lifting to carry, sir. Mr. Speaker, there's no other government in a post-independent Barbados that had to carry the load that we are carrying, sir. If we thought 1994 was bad, Mr. Speaker, this is about 4 times. This is about 4 times the load we had to carry back then, sir. It is difficult, Mr. Speaker. It has caused ministers and particularly the Prime Minister to have to work overtime. Mr. Speaker, we all know, sir, it's not been easy, sir. And we know that we've got to work very hard, sir, because the people of Barbados voted for the Barbados Labour Party in their numbers. They voted to ensure we have a human face to government. They voted to ensure that we can restore confidence in this Barbados economy. They voted for us, sir, because they want a better quality of life, Mr. Speaker. It will never be easy, sir. And we said it from day one. But, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the measures presented here last Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, and I empathize on the issue of busway again, but when you look at the measures, it is about ensuring that we take corrective action. But this country, Mr. Speaker, going forward will be on a sustainable growth path, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to when we have the next budget in here, Mr. Speaker, when we can look and see what we said versus what was accomplished, Mr. Speaker. That is the acid test. And I say to you, sir, as I say to all Barbadians, all economic and social indicators indicate and confirm that we are on a path to success, Mr. Speaker. The Cabinet remains disciplined, unheard of in the last administration, Mr. Speaker, the last DLP administration. The Cabinet remains disciplined, Mr. Speaker, and they have to remain on message too, sir. They obviously will be working overtime, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I'm very proud of the Barbados Labour Party. I'm very proud of the team, Mr. Speaker. They have worked hard in the interests of Barbadians. And I know that the average man or woman out there perhaps don't understand the stress and strain, Mr. Speaker, that the Cabinet members and other people will have to undergo. But I know, sir, that when you are faced with difficult situations, you must do your very best and the very best in the interests of this country to make sure that we take it to the next level. Mr. Speaker, I reaffirm my confidence in the economic and financial leadership, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast. And I will also say her commercial skills as well, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to thank her economic advisors for putting their hands to the task at hand and doing an excellent job thus far, Mr. Speaker. And I really have to say thanks to them. I say to the country, fear not. the Barbados Labour Party has a proud record of improving the lives of people of Barbados. And we are on course, Mr. Speaker, to do so. Former Barbados Labour Party prime ministers have had to come in here, and they've had to take charge of the affairs of a country, sometimes with an unpleasant hand being given to them, Mr. Speaker. But they too rose, and they did an excellent job for Barbados. And I'm confident, with the help of our cabinet colleagues, that the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast will continue to shine, Mr. Speaker, and will make the Barbados Labour Party very proud, Mr. Speaker, that she will make Barbadians all very happy and proud of the progress that she continues to make with her team, Mr. Speaker. I say to Barbadians, stay the course, Mr. Speaker. The Barbados Labour Party has always said, we are going to make a better way for you. And I am confident in those who serve in their capacities that they too will help to get Barbados out of this hole we are in. Mr. Speaker, I want the people of Barbados, and particularly the people of St. Michael West Central, to stay the course. We understand your situation, but we know at the end of this term, you will be extraordinarily happy about the performance of this Barbados Labour Party government. I'm much obliged.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. This debate, Mr. Speaker, the first comprehensive debate of this parliamentary session, considering that the debate in June last year was mini budget, making an adjustment to that earlier one of the previous government. But this debate has shown the tremendous and significant strength of the Barbados Labour Party parliamentary team. Each and every one of the members so far on the side of the Barbados Labour Party have contributed significantly and have spoken with tremendous acumen, knowledge, depth. I particularly congratulate all the first-time members of this Parliament. They've acquitted themselves extremely well. They've spoken like senior members, sir, and the quality of this debate has been far and above that presented on the side of the last government during these similar debates. I'm proud, sir, to be a member of this team. I, of course, come in to this debate as a second-term member of Parliament, so as far as I feel, sir, I'm a senior member, considering that we have a lot of first-time members, and I am proud to be part of a team with them, sir. I'm also extremely proud to be led by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, who has shown, sir, why she is Prime Minister of this country today. She has spent, of course, virtually her whole life preparing for this position. And over the last 10 months, she has shown what experience, planning, preparing, knowledge, brilliance, and leadership qualities has done to start the transformation of our country over the next few years. In 10 months, sir, this government has achieved more positive effects on the socio-economic culture of this country than the previous government did in 10 years, sir. And the Honourable Prime Minister has led the way throughout at all levels, sir, whether it is spending sleepless nights, whether it is by her energy, her drive,
her ability leading the way and being a perfect example for all of us, whether those of her cabinet and other parliamentarians. So often we have heard, sir, but ministers, you have to roll up your sleeves and do more. And it's not that she is asking us to do anything that she hasn't done. And I used to say, sir, during the election campaign that the Barbados Labour Party was presenting the best in terms of quality of candidates ever presented on one side in any election in Barbados, sir. And I feel even more justified in saying that, sir. This is the best parliament that has ever found its way in this, the highest forum of Barbados, since adult suffrage and even before adult suffrage, of course, sir. And, sir, the critics talk about the consultants and the economic team being too big, sir. I agree totally with the last member who spoke, the Honourable member for St. Michael, West Central, sir, and give full credit to the economic team, both within the cabinet, sir, such as the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central and the Honourable member for St. Michael South Central, but those advisors outside the cabinet as well, sir, who have done almost the miraculous in reducing the debt of Barbados from over 170 debt to GDP, the third most indebted country in the world, sir, on May 24th, to bringing it down today to about 120%, sir. I'm proud of this team, sir, that has been able to raise the foreign reserves of this country from, as the Honourable member for St. George South said earlier today, about 200 million US, 400 million Barbados, to now $1.1 billion, through strategic rescheduling and restructuring of the debt, and through sheer willpower in terms of starting the process, getting this economy going again. What we need, sir, is all Barbadians to stay the course with us. Stay the course. There will be critics, sir. We live in a democracy. We are not afraid of the criticism, sir, even though it is from people who are misguided, who effectively destroyed a whole nation in just 10 years, 4 months, sir, had no clue, took the socio-economic aspects of this country into the gutter, sir, where we have taken it out, sir. After 22 successive downgrades, we've started to gain upgrades already again, sir, too. I believe that we have had already, and we will continue, no doubt, to have them, sir. We got this, sir, and all right-thinking Barbadians, sir, have to take credit for this. We will not be deterred, sir, by those miscreants in this society who give problems, as many of the speakers here have referred, sir. We will arrest the issue of conflict, of violence, of guns in this country. I mean, the notion that you can go in Sheraton Centre in broad daylight among hundreds of people, sir, and shoot off guns, sir, is not Barbadian. This is not the way we do things, sir. And it calls for all of us joining together. As I've said before, 30 members of parliament, elected members of parliament, can't deal with this and can't successfully confront this, sir. But we have full confidence in the security forces of this country that we will overcome, sir. But we need the public's cooperation as well. As I've said many times, sir, that it is better to give the police the information that is required to arrest this trend in Barbados than to see your loved one in a pool of blood, lifeless, when you could have avoided that by giving the necessary information to the police and the other armed forces. I thank the people of St. James North, sir, for my presence here today, as it has been for the last 6 years. People of St. James North have been loyal to the Barbados Labour Party throughout the time when we had universal adult suffrage, sir, except for one occasion, 1986, which was immediately corrected thereafter at the first opportunity. This government, sir, I have no doubt, will reward the people of St. James North by helping us and by ensuring that we are part of the exercise in the growth of this country. It has already started, sir, 2 weeks ago, when on my way home, I passed and I reached Westmoreland, and I saw that road works had started, sir, and I said, thanks to the two ministers of Public Works, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West and the Honourable Member for St. Philip North, and those two members of Parliament, sir, the Honourable Member for St. Lucie, sir, the Honourable Member for St. Lucie, in fact, assigned for St. James North because he's assigned to the rural district, sir, and has been extremely helpful every time we call in terms of whatever public works we want. And the next day, I turn right, sir, and I go down Bakers and roadworks down there too, sir. And over the weekend, roadworks in Sion Hill too, sir. And a whole stretch of highway from Westmoreland to Bakers effectively done, sir. Of course, sir, that's only the beginning. We still need some traffic lights at Westmoreland, which the Honourable Minister, Senior Minister for Public Works assures me will be done during the coming financial year. And Rockdunder Road, sir, an extremely bad road, but we are sure that will be done as well as soon as the government finances can manage it. And I have full confidence that those houses of most vulnerable people and those who can't repair will also be done, sir, as we are pushing to have done, and that the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South, who graciously toured the fish market at Western with me about 5 months ago, I know him, sir, and I know he'll be true to his word that again, when finances allow, that fish market will be refurbished as well, sir. But we thank God, sir, for small mercies. We've seen the start, and dozens of people who I've spoken to have said, you know, Minister, whatever to call me, Eddie, Edmund, you know, we are seeing where our taxpayers' dollars are going now with this refurbishment of road. After, as the Honourable Member for St. Lucie said during the estimates debate, we came and found 70% of the roads of Barbados in a state of disrepair. Sir, we in the Barbados Labour Party, this government of 10 months, have addressed the high and unsustainable debt to GDP ratio, as I've said, by embarking on a multi-pronged economic reform program, including fiscal consolidation, corrective economic measures, and debt restructuring, sir, to stabilize our public finances and to create the conditions of sustained economic growth. Because as the Honourable Prime Minister has said time and time again, sir, before you could talk about economic growth after 10 years of economic malaise under the previous government, you have to stabilize the patient, sir, like any good doctor would do. And that's what we have done, sir. So the domestic debt restructuring program resulted in government eliminating approximately $2.9 billion, sir, or 29% of the gross domestic product from the domestic portfolio held by public sector institutions, including the central bank and the National Insurance Scheme, of which the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central just spoke. We cannot, though, sir, talk about stabilization and growth without dealing with people, sir. People have always been and will always be at the center of any policies of this political party, sir, whether in opposition or in government. And therefore, we have always sought and will continue to seek to protect the most vulnerable in this society from any harsh economic decisions that we have taken, sir, or need to take. We will ensure that they're cushioned against that effect because of their vulnerability, sir. And therefore, pensioners have been at the forefront of our thought and our actions, and we have mitigated the impact on pensioners by accelerating repayments to them in terms of the government bonds or securities that they had, sir. I believe this month, the end of this month, next week, the pensioners will get another $30,000, having received $20,000 in December. We have sought, sir, to pay the reverse tax credit, sir, not like the previous government that came in here this time last year in the estimates, and to use Bajan parlance, sir, I'm sure you'll allow me, poo shark, try to fool the people that from September last year they would restore a reverse tax credit, sir, when they knew full well, sir, that they were not going to be around in September, sir. You don't even see them, sir, in the first place, as the Honourable Member for St. Thomas said. You don't even see them nowhere. So, sir, they weren't going to be here. They knew that. So they could have come and say anything about reverse tax credit restarting in September, sir. We've actually given it, restored it to the $1,300 a year, and now those who do not pay any income tax, and that's not only tremendous economic sense, but social justice, sir. Those who don't pay income tax, those working for less than $25,000 a year now will be eligible for the reverse tax credit, sir. And this means an additional 7,000 people, sir, will share a further $9 million annually on this particular initiative, sir. And then those who earn between $25,000, sir, just over $2,000 a month, in other words, and $35,000, just below $3,000 a month, will be eligible for compensatory income tax credit, sir, up to $1,250 a year. So, I mean, this is novel economic thinking by a leader, sir, who cares about people, sir, and supplemented by a parliamentary team and cabinet, sir, that understand the daily demands of living for the lowest income earners of this country, sir. And then, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister on Wednesday proposed, and this Parliament will absolutely no doubt agree to, a reduction in the income tax rate, sir, from 40% to 33.5% at the highest level, to be reduced further from January the 1st next year to 28.5%. And at the middle rate, sir, the first bar of taxation, between $25,000 and $75,000, a reduction in that rate, sir, as well, from 16.5% to 12.5%, sir. So more money in people's pockets, sir, because in intelligent economics, unlike that practiced by the last Democratic Labour Party government, intelligent economics and intelligent economists tell you that when people have more money in the pockets, more money that they can spend on consumption, that an economy grows, money is circulated, sir. Money is spent, and that is what is required by a government that understands its role in social engineering. So we have a growth strategy, sir, which is typified by people, by a decrease in income tax, and by payment, sir, of tax refunds, income tax, VAT, for last year being paid, sir, millions of dollars, when under the last government people scrunting owed income tax and VAT returns for 4 years, sir, and can't get them out of the government, sir. And then when you finally got them, in some cases 4 years after, they gave a little piece last year, early again, sir, you don't get interest on them, sir. But that was the callousness, the incompetence, and the corruption of the Democratic Labour Party government for 10 years, 4 months, sir, that the people of Barbados understood and spoke in real terms, because there's no way in CARICOM that any government has been given the mandate that the people of Barbados gave this party, sir. In terms of numbers of seats, there have been wholesale sweeps, sir, but never 30, never as many as 30, never as high as 75% of the vote, sir. And I mean, there have been parties, sir, that have won elections where the opposition didn't contest. You can't count that, sir. This was contested. They had about 6 parties, sir. And the massive victory, the massive endorsement, sir. But we have not come here to govern with arrogance, sir, or haughtiness, sir. We have kept the people informed at every stage of the game. We have involved them, sir. We've continued to rub shoulders, to engage the people in what we are doing, sir. And I look forward to this engagement being extended, this participatory democracy being extended, sir, in the next financial year, when, as we heard today, again, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South will lead basically a people's empowerment and participatory democracy at grassroots level, involving people in the communities in the decision making of this country, so that their involvement in the governance of this country will be enhanced. Sir, the Barbados dollar is no longer under threat with the coming into office of this government, sir. You know, sir, for years, people of Barbados and investors outside Barbados who recognize that Barbados is a beautiful country, sir, but unwilling to spend $1 in Barbados because you don't know if the dollar can get devalued. You don't know, even if you spend $1, if it can get teeth in some political person hand, carry away, whatever, sir. You know, dollar no longer under threat. Confidence in the investment portfolio of this country restored, sir. And we are ready now for growth and for transformation, having stabilized the economic fundamentals of this country, sir. We have, sir, we are looking to create new aspects of an economy, sir. We would have heard spelled out comprehensively by the Honourable Member for St. Michael North, the member who has charge of international business, extremely competent individual who's made Barbados proud, brought 14 pieces of legislation in the space of a week, sir. But you have heard, sir, that even though we are doing our best, sir, to comply with all these regulations that the big countries, strong countries put on us, you're still getting, the fence still getting pushed back and the goal bar still going further away, sir. And this is not fair to us, sir, by countries who have economic strength, more economic strength than us. So therefore, sir, we are looking now at new enterprises and growth areas in our economy. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, sir, new member with tremendous leadership qualities, mandated to look at the feasibility through studies of creating some islands off Barbados, sir. We know the first and in fact only time, sir, this was done was under the initial Barbados Labour Party administration, sir, the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Adams, leading an enterprise, of course, to acquire lands not far from here, sir, and the building of a harbour which transformed Barbados, sir, opened up new avenues for Barbados with a port, sir, and endless possibilities, sir, coming in. And the establishment of new islands, sir, if the studies come back a positive way, will mean growth, will mean jobs, will mean money, sir, socio-economic advancement for our people, development. As more people will be attracted to Barbados as well, sir. We've heard, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister speak towards casino gambling, sir. And sir, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael North said about himself, sir, I'm not a hypocrite, sir. Anybody who knows me knows that, sir. I don't gamble, sir. That's not one of my vices. I don't. Believe I might only have gambled a piece, sir, a few dollars when I went to Monte Carlo a time with my family, sir. Because, I mean, you can't go to Monte Carlo and not try it out, sir. That's the truth. But I will be the first in here, sir. You will have to stand by me, sir, because I've traveled all over the world, sir. All over, and I've seen what casino gambling brings the country, sir. We talk a lot about Singapore, sir. Lee Kuan Yew, the master leader of Singapore, was at one time very much against casino gambling. By the time I went to Singapore, sir, Lee Kuan Yew had said, well, he not fooling himself. Singapore has to be the #1 country in the world in terms of competitiveness, in terms of ease of doing business. And by the time I went to Singapore, sir, 2 of the biggest casinos in the world were in Singapore, sir. It gives tourist visitors to Barbados another option in terms of the product that we offer. Brings foreign exchange, sir, creates jobs. The Honourable Prime Minister said that initially her concept is to limit it to non-Barbadians, sir. I believe eventually, sir, it will have to be Barbadians going as well. Subject, of course, to us protecting the most vulnerable in society, sir. But this is the way to go, sir, and it's no use playing that we almighty and we being, pewed and we not bringing in casino gambling, sir, when gambling is every day, every minute of the day and night in Barbados somewhere. So we have to be real. This government has to create new opportunities and avenues for the transformation of this country, which we are embarking on and are determined will be achieved. And so, sir, we will continue to keep people at at the heart of our growth strategy, sir. And this means investing in public education and public health. So, sir, one of our first acts was to restore state-funded tuition fees at the tertiary level University of the West Indies for Barbadians, sir. And hundreds of Barbadians back into university, many of whom had to drop out of university between 2014 and 2017, sir, because of lack of funds, lack of ability to pay the $6,000, $7,000, $9,000, $10,000 a year that a government of the Democratic Labour Party, whose role, as was said in here earlier, was to keep poor people poor, sir, criminally imposed on the people of Barbados, sir. We have said that, and we have embarked, sir, to increase the skill set of the people of Barbados, to increase the vocational training aspect of the society of Barbados, to build the communities, sir, by the programs in the Ministry of Youth, whose minister, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, sir, spoke with the passion.
West Central.
And
West
Central, sir, spoke with the passion and fervour of an experienced, long-time parliamentarian in here last night, sir. And that is what we're doing, sir, to connect now what we're doing with the people of Barbados and their socio-advancement, not only their economic advancement. And health, of course, sir, part of this. The health of the nation is the wealth of a nation. And therefore, sir, we put $10 million in the accident and emergency unit to buttress that aspect of delivery of health services. And the Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown, sir, came in Parliament same time as me, sir, and who I've known for a very long time. Tremendous leadership skills as well, looking now to bring in 2 polyclinics 24/7, sir. And that is what this government is about. But yet, sir, those who had no answer to the travails and tribulations of Barbadians for 10 years, 4 months, saying we don't have a growth strategy, sir. I don't know why they don't stay in the shell, sir, and try to understand how much they have moved away from their philosophical moorings of their founding fathers, sir. And that's why, sir, we brought in the trust loan, sir. Honourable Member for St. George South overseeing that, sir. Up to today, a constituent of mine goes to the trust loan and gets a loan, sir. So to enhance his business, sir. That is what we about, sir. Trying to help people. And then, sir, in December last year, or January this year, sir, within the context of the Financial Management and Audit Act, we bring in a policy of government procurement, as the Honourable Member for St. Thomas spoke about earlier today, where 5% of government services procurement goes to the communities in which the development or the services are being rendered, sir, with 1% going to people with disabilities, sir. I mean, we have to put the people with disabilities in a position where they have the capacity to access that concession, sir. But we will ensure that that is done, sir. And, I mean, even though, of course, I'm not minister over that, sir, you know that I will see that together with the Honourable Minister that is done and that they're in that position. So therefore, social justice, fairness, accountability, transparency have to be and are the hallmarks of this new government, sir. That, of course, coupled with integrity, sir, prime. And we've spoken about it many times, sir. We look forward to the Integrity in Public Life bill coming back before this Parliament in the near future out of select committee, sir, because all of these policies, sir, would come to naught under, for example, a government like the one that had last time, sir. Because as the Honourable Member for St. Michael, South Central explained very well this morning, sir, that bribery, corruption just takes the life out of a society and economy. In addition to obviously all the deficiencies and defects and lack of competence in the previous government, sir, that was tripled by corruption and bribery. And sir, therefore, the Honourable Attorney General brought legislation just a couple of weeks ago, the Proceeds and Instrumentalities Act, sir, whereby giving another legislative arm whereby this government can seek to recover now some of the ill-gotten gains, sir, obtained through unlawful conduct, as that act describes, by those who, according to the late Prime Minister under the VLP, had to share in the fatted calf, even when the calf was far from fatted anymore. Still starved, clean, and still digging out of it, sir. So up to yesterday, you discover that a man, sir, a pal of the former member who you, sir, Mr. Speaker, Honourable, took out in St. Michael Central, his buddy, sir, invoicing the Sanitation Service Authority for thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars, driving a car from the Sanitation Service Authority, and no trace of any contract whatsoever with the Sanitation Service Authority, and already being paid by another government agency, sir, and you don't even see anything that has been produced, sir. That's the kind of territory that we had to come in and bat on, sir. Within cricket parlance, an extremely difficult wicket to bat on. And we batting on it and doing the best that we can, sir. Just asking everybody to stay the course, sir. We will make 100 a double 100, sir, once we get things going, sir. My ministry, sir, is part of the process, significant process of the internal affairs of this country, and our mandate has to be to help ease doing business in this country. The processes at the Immigration Department, sir, too difficult, too cumbersome, and we had fallen to number 133 out of 180 countries in the world in May last year in terms of ease of doing business, difficulty of doing business, whether it's renewing driver's license, whether it's clearing goods through customs, whether it's in planning and development applications, whether it's paying taxes, sir, whether it's applying for and obtaining a liquor and public entertainment license, whether it is paying a traffic fine of a couple $100, whether it's obtaining a police certificate of character or police accident reports, are too difficult. And we are reforming all of these and transforming them. And led by the Honourable Prime Minister of Barbados, we are moving to e-governments, and through the creation of a Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, whose minister came before this Parliament, said, well, a few weeks ago, first minister from the Senate, created history to have that privilege, sir, and that ministry at the center of driving this process, because it has to be a case where it becomes easier for those who live here and those who visit Barbados to do business and to relate to the public sector of this country. And, sir, in terms of disaster relief and management, sir, we're actively taking the initiatives to deal with that, to ensure that we are as ready as can be for any possible hurricane, storm, God forbid, in Barbados, sir. Unlike last year when we came in to office, in fact 3 days before the start of the hurricane season, and very little in place at ministerial level to deal with the issues. We brought up meetings up to yesterday, 2 days ago, had a meeting of the Emergency Management Committee, which is established under the laws of Barbados, sir. Whereas that meeting used to be held down in July when the hurricane season done start long time. So in terms of the post office, every department, sir, virtually every department under my ministry, all 9, in need of legislative and policy reform. So you have the government industrial schools, sir, operating under legislation that is almost 100 years old. We will soon, sir, be bringing to Cabinet juvenile justice bill, sir, to reform that. And you understand perfectly, sir, because you are a lawyer of renown in that area of law and in the criminal law. In terms of probation, sir, you would know again, sir, that we need to have another regime in terms of how we treat to probation offenders and to widen restorative justice and community service. And we're looking at that as well, sir, in terms of postal reform. So in an age now where writing letters and putting it in a post and putting a stamp on them, sir, is becoming much lesser and lesser every day, sir. Looking to reform postal services and look at financial services offered by postal services and expand that area of aspect of our government. In terms of the National Council of Substance Abuse, sir, we have to formulated a national anti-drug policy program, sir, and we have to look at what aspects Cabinet would agree to within the context of finance of establishing immediately, in the medium term and in the long term, because we have to address the issue of young children, sir, sometimes as young as 10 and 11, engaging in illegal substance abuse. We have to, sir, look at the fire department, sir, and of course one of the major issues here is the vulnerability of a fire station which is just over a stone's throw from where we are, sir, being in a susceptible location if you have a disastrous event, sir. And we're looking actively at building a new fire station, sir, and that matter is before Cabinet at the present time. So I am proud, sir, to be Minister of Home Affairs and to be the one mandated to bring about legislative and policy reform within the internal affairs of our country. Because many ministries impact on the Ministry of Home Affairs, or the Ministry of Home Affairs impacts on many ministries, sir, and has a significant role to play in the day-to-day lives of the people of Barbados. Sir, Proverbs 29:7 says, "The righteous considers the cause of the poor, but the wicked have no concern for them." The difference between this government, sir, which puts the cause of people at the center, and the last one, which from their actions, quite frankly, disgraced the legacy of their founding fathers and show that they had no respect, sir, or care about the poor or people. The difference between the two, sir, is tremendous. We will continue to do good by the people of Barbados, to serve the people of this country, sir, whether it takes the last breath out of us or not. We have come here, sir, with one purpose: to improve the quality of life of the people of this country. That's why, sir, we started with a covenant of hope, first time in the history of Barbados, that any party, whether opposition or government, presented to the people a covenant of hope, setting out its basic philosophy, sir, philosophical moorings, which have not changed from the era of our founding fathers, the Right Excellent Sir Grantley and the others, who we will be celebrating, sir, on Sunday. Founders Day, we invite the whole of Barbados to come, sir, church service. And then we followed it, sir, with a manifesto, building the best Barbados today, sir, setting out the social contract that we have with the people of Barbados, unlike the Democratic Labour Party that says that its manifesto is not a social contract, sir. And we have already fulfilled many of the pledges and promises made in this document, sir. And in this case, sir, I spoke about the 29 excellent speeches, the excellence of the 29 Barbados Labour Party members of Parliament, sir. But this time I have to include all 30, sir, because, as has been said previously, sir, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, his signature in this document, sir, is the closest to that of the Honourable Prime Minister. So he subscribes to, sir, to the...
Honourable Member, I believe that you are au fait with the legal term non est factum.
That is true, sir.
It is not my deed. Gawley versus Lee 60. Remember that, right? 1660.
True, sir. You're an erudite. You erudite in the law, sir. Yes. You understand, sir? So all 30 of us, sir, subscribe to what we're doing to try to improve the quality of life of the people of this country, sir. Sir, we will succeed. We got this, sir. We just need to stay the course, and we ask all Barbadians, sir, to stay the course with us. It needs patience, sir. We came in, as said, with the country down in the gutter, socially, economically, culturally, everywhere, sir. And it's going to take time, sir. It's not going to be transformed in the 10 months. We've started the process. We will continue the process, sir. We've stabilized the economy. We're embarking on growth. And we have started the process of transformation, sir. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I just made a promise to my friend on my right and my friend on my left that I'm going to set a record for the shortest speech I've ever made. I'm aware that the night has been long, but I still have to say what I have to say. I rise to support the budget as presented by the Honourable Prime Minister of Barbados. I am fully in support, completely, unreservedly in support. But I feel it incumbent on me to point out a couple things that might help others who are not entirely in support to become supporters, to change some of the naysayers to yesayers. I'm not going to quote the Bible, I'm going to quote a song. Every man thinks that his burden is the heaviest, and every man's aim is to achieve the best. All of us can pick some part of the budget out that affects us personally to our detriment. Everybody, if they wish to go through the details of the budget, will find something that affects them negatively. But the budget cannot be delivered and cannot be informed by the narrow interests of the individual. The Prime Minister and indeed the Cabinet was tasked with putting together something that set a plan for the next year for Barbados. What is best for Barbados? What does the most and the greatest collective good while trying to do the least individual harm? It is a balancing act. And I think that the Prime Minister did a marvelous job in balancing. We need to be straight with each other, Mr. Speaker. We need to get real. We need to get real. I said in the run-up to the elections last year that I bought into the vision. I bought into the vision as exposed in the Covenant of Hope. I bought into the vision as laid out in our manifesto. I believed in my heart of hearts, and all of us who appended our signatures to the manifesto believed in our heart of hearts that this was the best plan. With all of the information available to us, this is the best plan to get Barbados out of the hole we were in and onto a growth path. I urge people to take a snapshot. I said, the thing is, when you come from where you were and get to where you want to be, you often forget the details of the journey and the hardships of the journey. So I told people, take a snapshot. Drive around Barbados and look at the bush and take a picture. Drive around Barbados and look at the garbage and take a picture. Drive down the south coast and drive through the sewage. Breathe deeply, imprint it on your memory, and take a picture. Take a picture of the reports about declining foreign reserves. Take a picture of the last downgrade. Take a picture of all of the downgrades. But take a snapshot of where we were in May 2018, so that any time that things get difficult or we believe we're not getting what we want, look at where we are now and compare it to where we were then. Mr. Speaker, you had a government. Sorry, not you, Mr. Speaker. There was a government that for 10 years blamed an international, a global recession. For 10 years, they blamed external factors. For 10 years, they blamed the last Barbados Labour Party government. And they did nothing. We came into government following perhaps the worst government since the Arawaks. Compared to them, for certain, they were. Compared to the last governments, the Arawaks were visionaries and forward-thinking. Compared to the last government, the Arawaks were progressive. Compared to the last government, the Caribs would have been a good government. But, Mr. Speaker, we came on the heels of a government that for 10 years complained but did nothing. We came in and we found Barbados as it was. We were in a hole. We were deep in a hole. Our present was grim. Our future looked bleak. And the past 10 years, everybody chose to forget those or would like to forget them. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we are blaming the last government for it. We put the blame for where we are now squarely on the shoulders of the last government. But the difference between us and them is that we are not complaining and doing nothing. We are placing the blame where it belongs, but we are doing something about it. A former leader of Barbados had this phrase, and it stuck with me: face it and fix it. Face it and fix it. He's no longer with us. Last I heard, I'll leave that. He's no longer with us. But you don't ignore the message for the messenger. And this is exactly what we are doing. At every opportunity, we are facing it and fixing it. We are not kicking the can down the road. We are not delaying in our progress. We are facing and fixing it. We need to get real. This budget is about the true cost of government. We deceived ourselves for a long time, Mr. Speaker. Successive governments have subsidized almost everything that they could, trying to ensure the vote by comfort, trying to ensure the vote by patrimony. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, there comes a time when you can't do that anymore. And what the last government did not realize was the time came during their regime when decisions that would affect you and me and our children and our grandchildren had to be taken then. And every year that they delayed in taking the decision kicked us generations and generations further back. Mr. Speaker, this budget attempted to address the true costs of government. People complain about the raise of the bus fares. The two most startling complaints or striking complaints are about the raise in bus fares and about the land tax. I'm going to concentrate on the one that actually affects the most people, which is the raise in the bus fares. We need to get real. The bus fares have been fixed for so long, I can't even remember the exact time, almost 20 years. The bus fares have been fixed. Mr. Speaker, since the last incremental raise in the bus fares, the cost of vehicles has gone up, the cost of diesel has gone up, the cost of living has gone up, the cost of insurance has skyrocketed. The reality is, I hold no brief for the PSVs, but the reality is, you have to give people a framework within which they can actually operate. The PSVs blamed a lot of their lawless behavior on the fact that they had to compete with each other for a smaller and smaller pie. That they were racing, trying to pick up passengers because they were under pressure to make money and bring money in. I take their point. I take their point that the not raising the bus fares for so long put them in an awkward position. I take their point that the bus fare of $2, regardless of the journey that you take, was really not the true cost of providing transportation in Barbados. I take their point. And this budget did something about it. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you get what you're asking for, you have to pay the price of what it is that you got. So the same way that people in Barbados are now going to be paying an increased price to catch the bus, the PSV operators and providers need to understand something. There are conditionalities attached to that. That is going hand in hand with legislation designed to bring order to the PSVs. If your rationale for being unruly was that you were competing to overcome obstacles that the government could control, and the government has removed those obstacles from you, then the reason for your unruliness has got to stop. So I applaud. I know my good friend, the member for Christchurch West, is about to bring legislation before Parliament that deals specifically with the PSVs. You have now gotten what you wanted. The time for your foolishness has to stop. It affects everybody. When the PSVs go off route, the people in the vehicle are not covered by insurance. They don't know that, but they will know it if they get in an accident off route. When the PSVs overload, the people who are overloaded or the excess passengers are not covered by the insurance. They don't know that. When the PSVs decide that a route is just a little bit too long and you got to a certain point in your route and you see 7 people on the opposite side of the road and you have 2 people in your van and you tell them get out and you turn and come back to base to pick up the 7 people, you are disadvantaging not just the 2 people you put out, but everybody along that line who is waiting for that vehicle. This affects my constituents. One of the worst routes for that is the route going to Ferry Valley and the routes going up to Chancery Lane. I worked with the member for Christchurch West. I sat down with him to go through what it is that he was trying to accomplish. The Attorney General worked with him. Staff in the drafting department of the Chief Parliamentary Council worked with us to get it right. Mr. Speaker, we have to stop doing what is convenient for us in our own selfish interests and now do what is right for Barbados. If you have a license to run a route passing through the districts, pass through every single district, even if you pass through with an empty vehicle, because someone down the line is depending on you. And if you cannot abide, having gotten the raise in the bus fare, if you cannot abide by the rules that govern the operation of your PSV and your license, you deserve to lose your license. Give it to somebody else who will toe the line. Mr. Speaker, another thing the budget did was corrected an anomaly in the pricing for water. Barbados has among the cheapest water in this hemisphere. All water is cheap. Barbadians complain it's expensive because we are looking at it in our own context. Look at the cost of water, the same unit of water in all the other Caribbean territories. Ours is among the cheapest. That is a good thing and it's a bad thing. It allows almost everybody in Barbados to access potable water once you're in a zone where the water can be piped to you. The problem though, it does not incentivize conservation of water. So imagine a hotel that budgets. It is cheaper for that hotel to keep in water wasting devices, old toilets, non-conserving faucets, non-efficient faucets, and shower heads and everything. It is cheaper to run it, to use up all the water because the water is cheap. It is cheaper than replacing it with things that conserve water. Now that causes a problem for us because Barbados is a water scarce country. Today is World Water Day. Today is World Water Day. We have to be aware of the scarcity of our water supply and the challenges that we face in delivering water to everybody. The Barbados Water Authority is faced with an aging plant. We have an aging distribution system. Our pipes, some of the pipes are about 100 years old. So the pipes are bursting. The mains are bursting. We lose 47% of the water that we pipe. I commissioned a solar PV installation at Bomanston today. If you think about it, when you pump the water from Bomanston, if you pump 100 gallons, 53 gallons get to where it's supposed to be going. 47 gallons get lost. That is, for example, if you look at that glass right there, sir, you fill the glass, but for the time you're ready to use it, it contains less than half the water that you want. The problem with that is that the water has to be paid for. There's a cost to pushing that water down the pipe, although you're losing it. And that cost is in electricity, that cost is in labor, that cost is in machinery, that cost is in the distribution system. We have, this is not an option now. For the last 10 years, there's been little to no maintenance of the water distribution system or the sewage network in Barbados. It is to the point now where there is no option. We have to do something about it. And this government intends to. The Prime Minister made it very clear to me, Minister, you used to get $15 million a year for the Water Authority from government. The Water Authority has to stand on its own 2 feet. Government, central government, is giving the Barbados Water Authority this year $0. $0. The Water Authority now has to function as a company. It has to become leaner, meaner, and more efficient. It has to collect the money that is owed to it. It has to bill properly, and it has to price its water properly. So for the commercial enterprises who are feeling the pinch of the raise in the water, I am sorry for you. I am sorry for you, but there is no other choice. You were not paying the true cost of the water, and the true cost of the water has to be paid for us to do the things that we have to do to get the BWA back on track and to ensure that the delivery of water to Barbadians is safe, is consistent, and is efficient. It must be dependable. Mr. Speaker, our natural gas is cheap, but it's cheap because it's heavily subsidized. So once again, we're not paying the true cost of the natural gas. And this occurs in almost every facet in Barbados. We don't pay the true cost of health service in Barbados. We do not pay the true cost of education in Barbados. We in Barbados have been going along, and we have had successive governments that heavily subsidized the style and the standard of living of Barbadians. And that was okay when we were in a position to. The reality now, sir, is that we are no longer in a position to. We did not suffer 10 years of decline over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, we suffered almost 50 years of decline. So it was not a slide from where we were to where we are now. So it was like falling off of a cliff, bouncing as you went on the way down on razor blades, and then ending up into a pool of salt water at the bottom. That is what it felt like to me. And the questions are there. What did they do with the money? I know they didn't spend it on the people of Barbados. But the point is, somebody had to face it and fix it. We could not run from it. And this budget now, Mr. Speaker, is a budget of face it and fix it. The one difference, Mr. Speaker, when the former Minister of Finance, I call him that because that was his title. I do feel, sir, that to call him the Minister of Finance and to call the current Minister of Finance the Minister of Finance and call anybody else in the Ministry of Finance the Minister of Finance is to now do them a disservice. Because if the standard that applied to call the last one the Minister of Finance is applied, it would be almost defamation. So I call him a substandard Minister of Finance, just to differentiate him from everybody else. But the difference, Mr. Speaker, is when he came with his Barbados, I can't remember what he called them, something plan, the recovery plan, what was it he called it? The Sustainable Development Plan, or whatever he called it, sir. I mean, to the point, sir, we all know what BERT is. We know what BERT is because we believe it's going to work and we paid attention. Nobody paid attention to what he was saying. He came every year with the plan designed to transform Barbados. And then he amended it. And then he supplemented it. And then he brought it again. But every single time he came, We listened to him speak. But I do not think anybody believed he knew what he was talking about. Mr. Speaker, the difference here, this budget is balanced. It had something in it for everybody. We took a little bit and we gave a lot. We tried to balance the anomalies, but also to generate growth. We tried to put things in place that allow people to be able to spend again and to give incentives. It is so forward thinking to allow Barbadians to open foreign exchange bank accounts. A lot of Bajans hoard U.S. cash. There's a lot of U.S. cash in Barbados that does not hit the banking sector and is of no practical use to anybody. It comes up when people go to travel overseas. Almost anybody, sir, Mr. Speaker, you could ask, I could pick somebody at random from out of the gallery and say, listen, you get 100 US for me by tomorrow. And chances are, every single body, with the exception of young Nathan, who is, I really hope he doesn't have $100 in any currency. But everybody can access it. It means it is there. Let us stop hiding it and let's bring it mainstream now. We can do this now because of the policies set out in the budget that give us some comfort and some confidence that the dollar is secure. We are comfortable and confident that we have adequate levels of foreign reserves and they're growing. We are comfortable and confident that there is a plan to grow the Barbados economy so we never get back to where we were. And because we actually believe it, we can relax the foreign exchange restrictions. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker, between them and us. When the Prime Minister spoke in her marathon speech of 5 hours and 40-something minutes, one is this, sir, if you ever give me the leeway, I will try to see if I can actually manage that superhuman feat myself. My throat is hurting me after.
Honourable member, it will have content. It will have content.
But, Mr. Speaker, Barbados paid rapt attention. This was perhaps the most eagerly anticipated budget in the history of Barbados. I believe it was. I honestly believe it was. It came after us having started the BERT program. It came after having seen some of the results of the BERT program. It came after we registered some growth and an upgrade. Barbados was waiting to hear what is the plan for the next year. And when the Prime Minister gave it, people believed it. That's the difference. Barbados believed. Barbados believed following this budget that there will be growth. Barbados understood. People complain about the bus fare, Mr. Speaker, but most people in their heart of hearts accepted and knew it was coming. It had to come. People complain about the land tax, but the people affected most by the land tax are benefiting from lower income tax. So there is a trade-off. There's a trade-off and a balance and a formula that is designed to get some, but also give you some and allow Barbados as a country to grow. And for that, I applaud the Prime Minister. I applaud the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Minister Strawn. I applaud Minister Cadell. We have perhaps the best brains and the best economic team ever assembled in a government in Barbados. And I, Mr. Speaker, believe that we're doing what we're supposed to do. Just bring it very quickly to my own ministry, Mr. Speaker, because I'm like about 5 minutes longer than I had planned to be. It is exciting times for our ministry as well, Mr. Speaker. We started with a bang with the success on the South Coast, right? We are going full steam ahead in energy to revolutionize energy in Barbados. How we conceive energy being fossil fuels being burnt to produce energy, noisy generators, that is all going to change by 2030. By 2025, half of Barbados' energy is going to be from renewable sources. By 2025, we have kickstarted in a major way within the ministry within government departments. You've seen lots of solar PV on government buildings. We are doing all these things. But this requires, sir, not just an effort from us, but it requires a shift. It requires a mental shift. In the same way that Barbados had to appreciate that with this budget and with what we've been through, we have to change the way that we do things. It's the same with the energy sector. It is not sufficient to just generate energy from renewable sources. Mr. Speaker, we have to change the way we use energy. We have to conserve energy. We have to reduce the actual amount of energy that we use, whether it be by putting in energy efficient bulbs, whether it's by going into the fridge less. All of these things allow you, the consumer, to control what your energy bill looks like. For water as well, sir, the Barbados Water Authority is embarking upon a very progressive program. The Barbados Water Authority, as the Prime Minister indicated, is looking at trying to help empower householders. So we're going to be setting up a program where we will purchase for you the water-saving devices, whether it be toilets, whether it be faucets, whether it be shower heads. We will install them for you, and there'll be an increment onto your bill, which you can pay off in a period of years. So for people who can't afford to do it, we will help you to do it, and thus bring your bill down. We want to do what is best for Barbados. We want to trap more water, but we also want to help you to use less when you're not in a position to. With respect to energy, Mr. Speaker, there's a common complaint that, the solar and the RE, all these things are expensive. So these innovations are available to those who actually have the money in their pocket to invest in them. So you have somebody who can afford to put in solar PV in their house, put in the PV system in reducing their electricity bill and paying less electricity. But while you have a poor person who cannot afford it, can't afford electricity bill, and is stuck in that downward spiral. What we're doing as we look to enfranchise Barbadians, sir, and democratize the generation sector for energy in Barbados, is the Barbados National Oil Company is about to rebrand itself as the Barbados Energy Company. And we're looking to put install solar PV on houses in Barbados, especially the most vulnerable. Minister Humphrey, on many occasions, talked about energy equity and gender equity in energy. We're looking to put solar PVs on the houses of the most vulnerable. The people who can't afford to pay their light bill, single mothers, old people. I shouldn't say old people. I should say our senior people, the disabled. We're looking to do at least 300 houses per year. This is at no cost to the householder. What will happen is your electricity will then become free to you. The excess will be sold back to the grid. After a period of time, the panels and the facilities will be turned over to you, so that you then are able to monetize that investment that was put in there for you. So it then becomes a source of income for you. We're trying to create entrepreneurs out of Barbadians, but we have to do it in creative ways. So we appreciate where we are. And we're never going to get from where we are by doing the same things that got us to where we are. So we now need to think entirely out of the box. We need to look at where we are and realize that nothing less than a tectonic shift is going to move us. Nothing less than a revolution in the way that we think is going to move us. Nothing less than a revolution in energy and in water and in transport and in business and in tourism is going to help us to get to where we need to get to. But we're determined. We believe, honestly believe, it is going to happen. Mr. Speaker, just in wrapping up, the theme of World Water Day 2019 is leaving no one behind. And it's very interesting that I'm here delivering my first budget address on World Water Day with the theme leaving no one behind, because that is how I feel. That is why I'm here. I am here to help my constituents in Christchurch East to take a step forward. I am here, and I hope that at the end of this first term, they can look at where they are. Every person can look at where they are and look at where they were in 2018 and realize that we've taken a step forward. When I eventually leave politics, Mr. Speaker, when I leave the representation of Christchurch East, having like the Honourable member who spoke recently served 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 years as their representative, I hope that people think on me as fondly as I think of them. One other thing that the ministry is pushing, sir, is community solar. We're looking to do community solar projects where we put solar PVs on community centers, pavilions. I've spoken to my friend, the member for Christchurch West Central, and we want to integrate the solar PVs as a part of the building blocks program so that renewable energy is not just an abstract concept, but our young people come up with it. Renewable energy becomes as normal for them now as fossil fuel energy was for us. Mr. Speaker, this budget has faced the harsh realities of where we are and what we need to move forward. An adjustment is needed financially, philosophically, and practically. We have to change our perspectives and habits if we want to get out of the hole where we were. We can't keep doing the same things over and over and hoping for a different result. That is the very definition of madness. We have a plan. Our government has a plan. This new government of Barbados has a plan. We have started the plan, and the plan is working. All that is necessary now, Mr. Speaker, is for us to stay the course. Barbados has put its trust in us. It has been only less than 10 months, but the turnaround has started. All I say to Barbados right now, and to my constituency of Christchurch East, just stay the course. We got this. We got this. I wholeheartedly support this budget as a most progressive plan designed to spark growth and prosperity and restore balance to Barbados and to our economy. Mr. Speaker, we got this.
This was the shortest speech ever?
It was?
Nah.
I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me congratulate you on your first foray in what has been an exercise now laboring over a number of weeks, starting with 3 weeks of estimates debate and now being crowned off by the actual debate on the appropriation bill. Those of us who have been in Parliament before have looked forward to this process because it represents the crowning jewel really in a new way of addressing public finance and dealing with how a country should be run. But those of us who have served in this Parliament before representing the Barbados Labour Party have looked forward to this occasion with perhaps the greatest possible levels of relish, because for the last decade we have been treated to casual utterances, empty promises. We've been treated to insults. We've been treated to a kind of don't-carishness that does not sit well on the shoulders of the political class. In short, sir, we have had to sit through 10 years of catastrophic budgetary presentations, and we have been looking forward to the day when things would change. And 2 days ago, Mr. Speaker, represents the culmination of that change, and I want to congratulate the Leader of the Opposition, sorry, I want to congratulate the former leader of the opposition, but easily, you know, so there's something, if you play any sport, you know something, what's that called, muscle memory? you say it so often that, you know, it slips out. Slips out. I'm sure currently the opposition would like me to congratulate him for his efforts. But so I want to congratulate the Prime Minister of Barbados for what has been an outstanding journey over the last 10 months, leading a team of people, some with experience and others with not so much experience. But if there's one thing that the last 2 days and today have shown us, is that the strongest steel comes through the hottest fires. And that doesn't just refer to the leader of the government of Barbados, but it also refers to some of those individuals on our team who, until 2 days ago, would have been looked on as being lightweights, who would have been looked on as being individuals who have just floated in, but who've demonstrated to this country and to this parliament that they are worth every bit of their salt. Mr. Speaker, 10 months ago, the Barbados Labour Party asked the people of Barbados to take back their country. We asked them to take back this precious 166 square miles that had gone through a decade, sir, of torture, mismanagement, mistreatment, abuse. We asked the people of this country to take back their country so that we could prove that there was a better way. We asked the people of this nation to take back their country and once more to become more than just spectators on the sidelines as they watch Barbados deteriorate from day to day. Mr. Speaker, there was a famous Greek scholar named Tacitus who died in 117 AD. And it is really quite strange that as I read the words of Tacitus written thousands of years ago, it occurred to me that he was describing the last administration. Now, how could he, in 111 AD and before, be describing a political party that bestrode Barbados in the last decade? But when I read this, you will see why I drew that conclusion, sir. Tacitus, speaking about various battles and people who assaulted Rome, said this. He said, and tell me if it sounds familiar. He said, they plunder, they slaughter, and they steal. This they falsely name empire, and where they make a wasteland, they call it peace. That's what Tacitus said, sir, thousands of years ago. And you can paraphrase it in another way. You could say that the government of Barbados between the years 2008 and 2018 created a wasteland, but boasted to the people of this country that they had developed a nation. Well, Mr. Speaker, the people of Barbados heard our clarion call, and they heeded that call. And they expressed hitherto unknown confidence in a political party by giving us every single vote. But, sir, there's that saying, to whom much is given, every single seat. Now, well, I don't think there's anybody who admit that they vote for them now, you know. I don't think there's a single fella. We know they got some votes, but nobody's willing to say, it was me, I voted for them. Sir, But having been given so much in the way of the confidence of the people, we cannot now run from those same people. And we cannot run from the burdens of government, no matter how difficult and troublesome they may be. We cannot now cower and hide. Mr. Speaker, Barbados is still faced with many challenges, notwithstanding that we've done an amazing job in the last 10 months. But those challenges that still exist, Mr. Speaker, we have to own them. We may not have created them, we certainly didn't create them, but we were elected to govern. And as the Minister of Energy just said, we lay blame at the feet where it should be laid. But at the end of the day, we are the government and we have to deal with these problems. And address them we will. No matter what it takes, no matter the problem, we will address it. We own it, and it is ours to wrestle to the ground. Now, Mr. Speaker, I begin with those remarks which are rather general, but I imagine that as Attorney General and having responsibility for the police, that you would expect that I address some of the crime issues. But sir, we own that too. We own this crime situation, and it is our obligation to wrestle it to the ground. Let me thank, though, the members of the Royal Barbados Police Force for doing an amazing job. You know, Mr. Speaker, the police have not always been treated well by our society. I remember there was a time when we used to call them Babylon and beast. And perhaps those terms are still in vogue. And there was a hostility that was directed at the police on a daily basis when they were doing their job. And I have reason to believe, sir, that that hostility still presents itself. But our force is made up of some of the most courageous, hardworking, and valiant people any police force could want. And the kinds of successes that they've been making, sir, in relation to criminal detection and so on, deserve the highest possible commendation from us. And let me make it clear, Mr. Speaker, over the last decade, we had a lot to say about crime in Barbados. And we were critical of a lot of things. But nobody, sir, on our side ever criticized the Royal Barbados Police Force. We criticized the government of the day. We criticized the politicization of the force. We criticized the denuding of the force of the people that they needed to get the job done. We criticize all those things, sir, but we've always held the force in the highest possible regard. And it's not just the police. We always talk about the force, but we forget, sir, the work of the special constables and the island constables, sir, all of whom are laboring under very difficult circumstances. And the Barbados Defense Force has joined in this particular fight. We've told the public that we've asked the BDF to supply the force and supplement them with 80 individuals to help to deal with this situation, sir. And those individuals are on the ground every single day, standing shoulder to shoulder with the police force to help to keep our society safe. It isn't easy to put one's life on the line, sir. I don't know if any of us in here could do it. We could be politicians. We could make sacrifices for sure. But to go out there and stand in the breach for people when you can be fired upon takes a kind of bravery, sir, that only a few people have. But they can't do it alone, sir. And we recognize this very early in our term when we looked at how the police force was operating. And we recognized it when we looked at the figures for homicides and gun-related homicides. And I've shared those figures with this chamber during the estimates process. And perhaps they bear repeating that in the last 3 decades, the first 10 years had only about 40 gun-related homicides. And in the next 10, we had just over, I think the figure is just over 100, but in the last decade, sir, we had about 162. Now, that demonstrates that things have gotten out of control. I keep saying to the public, we cannot turn around a decade-old problem overnight. It requires effort. It requires diligence. It requires many sleepless nights. But this administration has given to the force all of the resources that they have asked for, and we've even given them some things that they haven't asked for, so as to be able to help them wrestle this problem to the ground. Mr. Speaker, it is not, however, just the administrative and manpower resource needs of the force that this administration has committed to. We've committed to dealing with the problem of dispensing justice. We've committed to dealing with the problem of ensuring that cases move through our court system swiftly. There are people in our society who believe that they can do as they please. They can walk up and down in our country and shoot and rob and steal and make mock sport at the lives of Barbadians because they feel that the day of reckoning is far off and may never come. But let me give them this promise, sir, that the days when court cases in the criminal jurisdiction would take years before they come off will shortly be at an end. We are putting the judges in place to ensure that trials are done swiftly. We are giving the we are giving the Director of Public Prosecutions the additional prosecutors that she needs and additional lawyers as well who are not prosecutors to contribute to their workload. And we are ensuring, sir, that our judicial system is up to the task of dealing with the criminal element. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken on many occasions in this chamber about the delays in giving decisions. I'm not going to address that tonight. There'll be other times for that. Tonight's focus, perhaps, is best placed on the criminal jurisdiction of the court. And let us confront the situation, Mr. Speaker. We have a problem with bail. I said we own it. We're not running from it. We have a problem with bail. The fact is that the individual who was arrested yesterday, and he will have his day in court, and nothing I say here is intended to be prejudicial, or will it be, nor will it be prejudicial. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that that individual is already on bail for a murder charge. That individual, sir. And there are several other individuals in this country who are out on bail for murder charges and go on to commit or go on to be charged for other homicides. There are individuals on bail for firearm offenses who are given bail and come out and engage in the same kind of activity, sir. So let us get this clear. There are perhaps 100, 120, no more than 150 bad boys in a country of near 300,000 people. Now let me ask the members of this chamber, but in this case, let us say that the boys include the girl. Is it right that a few hoodlums walking around with guns should feel that they could so terrorize a population of 300,000 that we should run and hide from them? Could that be right, sir? The mathematics of it can't work. It can't work. And as long as I have breath, strength, the support of my colleagues, it cannot happen, sir. We have, you know, it is an embarrassing thing. When we were in opposition, I spoke frequently on matters relating to law enforcement. I spoke frequently to the problem that we were having with firearm offenses, sir. The government of the day presided over a situation where only 6% of the containers coming through the port will get scanned. Only 6%, sir. So 94 out of every 100 containers that came in would go off-site to be opened without being scanned. For the longest time during the last administration, the Commissioner of Police went public and said, I am having problems with customs. But the last administration didn't seem to care, or they didn't seem to understand what it would mean. And now, sir, as they say, the chickens have come home to roost. We have firearms perhaps on every corner of our street. And so these things are serving to whittle away at the strong pillars of our society that it has taken generation after generation after generation to build. I'm not trying to alarm anybody, not at all, sir. But we have to accept that these criminals did not, Harry Potter didn't wave a wand and 150 bad boys appear in Barbados magically. Didn't happen, sir. Those people were birthed by women in this country. They were nursed by women in this country. They went to our schools. They went to our churches. Those criminals didn't come from outside and start to do criminal things in Barbados, sir. Those criminals are homegrown. They belong to us. And I heard somebody blaming TV, and they blame the violent music, and they blame the video games, but they don't want to blame themselves, you know. Nobody wants to say it's my fault because I allowed my son or daughter to watch too much TV. They want to blame the TV. They don't want to say it's my fault that I allowed them to listen to that crude and violent music. They blame the music. They blame everything else except themselves. Well, our society, Mr. Speaker, has got to wake up. And they have to listen to the inconvenient truths about the Barbados that we have allowed to develop. Of the two individuals arrested yesterday, two of the individuals arrested yesterday, one is 21 years old and the other is 23. Not long ago, a homicide was committed in St. George, and we are told that the suspect, 19 years old, can't be found. And there was a shooting by the police in the line of duty. 18-year-old boy found with a Glock in his possession. What does that tell you, sir? What does that tell you? That 10 years ago, these youngsters would have been doing common entrance. No, I'm not going to be so naive as to equate 10 years to the dens. But the point is, sir, that surely at some point between the time when that boy or girl turned 10 and then turned 20, our society could have done something to keep them from going on that path. I don't know any violent 8-year-olds, sir.
No.
I don't know any violent 10-year-olds. And we can't blame poverty. I grew up poor.
All of us, exactly.
There's hardly a member of this House of Assembly who did not grow up poor. And if we feel we grew up poor, just imagine how poor our parents were. Somebody said to me, Mr. Marshall, you know, I was so poor that even poor people used to call me poor. but he was making a point that we cannot blame poverty for the criminal element of Barbados. We can't do it, sir. Can't do it. So we blame everything, and nobody wants to recognize that as a society, we have to take the blame for these failures. But what are we going to do? You're going to cower? Not me, sir. We're going to fight. And so, the Prime Minister has made sure that all of the social ministries has, in the coming financial year, the resources to seriously begin to do community interventions. But another inconvenient truth, Mr. Speaker, the kind of intervention that a society can do with an 8-year-old or 9-year-old, it cannot do with somebody who is in the 20s. One of the deepest things that I've heard in years came from a gentleman who was the former director of youth or something like that. Yes, director of youth affairs. And in a recent meeting he said to us, it is easier to bend a young man than to break. It's easier to bend a young boy than to break a man. Easier to bend a boy than to break a man, sir. So the kind of interventions that we need now, we have to go back into the primary schools. We have to go there. Because none of the interventions that we can put in place will bear fruit in 2 months. They will not bear fruit in 6 months. They will not bear fruit perhaps for years to come. But we cannot wash our hands and say, leave it for somebody else. If we don't grapple with it now, those 150 or those 100 bad men will be joined by another 100 next year, and another 100 the year after that. So what is the message, Mr. Speaker? These are not problems that are to be dealt with by the political class alone. There are 30 members of parliament and 21 senators. 30 members of parliament and 21 senators, sir. The political class of Barbados will direct the policy, and we will try to vote the resources. But if the rest of Barbados thinks that they can sit in their homes as spectators and watch on, then all that we're doing here will come to naught. Another inconvenient truth, Mr. Speaker, there are people in our society who are giving these gunmen succor. Don't let's play mamby-pamby about it. Either we're serious or we're not serious. Either we're serious or we're not serious. You know, there are a lot of people in Barbados who only began to accept that this gun situation is out of hand when a man gets shot in Sheraton yesterday. I've had people telling me, well, I was in Sheraton only the day before. But so what? So what? We had shootings on Spring Garden at Kaduma here 2 years ago. We've had people walking up brazenly in broad daylight and shooting people in the head outside Parliament. So, but because it happened in Sheraton, where people are shopping and dining and so on, you know, people are waking up. No, they should have woken up years ago when this problem started to spiral out of control, sir. That's another inconvenient truth. And the members of our society, the families of some of these people who know what they're up to, but who don't have the courage, sir, to come forward. You know, I'm very sympathetic, and I believe that any life lost through crime is a life too many. And I don't make any judgment on the fact that the individual who was shot and killed yesterday was somebody who is well known to the law. Everybody, sir, has an opportunity to redeem themselves. Had that young man lived, he might have gone on to turn his life around and to be a good father and a good husband and to be a credit to our society. He might have, sir. But you know what? There are people in our communities who want to shelter these bad boys. Sometimes because it represents a source of revenue. Sometimes because it represents a misguided sense of security, sir. But yet still they are wailing and crying when these individuals suffer demise through criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, if you want to save the life of your loved one, get them out of that lifestyle. It is a heart-rending thing to have to say, and I'm sure that there are people who will consider my words to be inappropriate, sir. But you know, if there are people who will come home and tell mommy and daddy, you gotta stop smoking because if you don't stop, you can die of cancer. And they would tell the son, put on a bicycle helmet, put on a motorcycle helmet, wear your seatbelt. We tell them all these things. But now the manja will tell the son, put down the gun. What does that tell us about the Barbados that we have today, sir? We need to remove the rose-colored glasses. I don't know how much time I have left, sir.
I determine that.
Okay. We need to remove the rose-colored glasses. And sir, the commissioner said yesterday that a lot of what we are seeing in relation to these gun-related homicides are in the nature of reprisals. In the nature of reprisals, sir. Because one body gets shot down, his comrades now want to go after the people who shot him. And it goes back and forth and back and forth. And these people do not give a damn, sir, about the effect that it is having on our economy. Who wants to go in Sheraton on Saturday and shop? If any of my children tell me they want to go in Sheraton, I would probably tell them no. But it isn't only Sheraton, because just 2 years ago we had a young boy gunned down in the car park of Lime Grove. That is the society that we've become. So what does it do to the Minister of Tourism in his efforts to bring tourists to Barbados? When at a time when Prince Charles and Duchess Camilla are in Barbados, there's a shooting in a shopping mall. What does it do, sir? What does it do when Barbadians are so afraid to go out of their house after 6 o'clock that they're not going to church, they're not going to the neighborhood shop? Some of our societies have become paralyzed. So I did a tour of Eden Lodge, and a lady said to me, Mr. Marshall, at 6 o'clock in the evening, once my last child get in this house, the doors are closed. And we're not going back out until the next day. And a 16-year-old boy gets gunned down in Eden Lodge a week ago, sir. Mr. Speaker, this is our problem. And this government is owning this problem. But all the rest of the Barbadian populace needs to wake up and understand that this is not a difficulty for Chapman Lane or the Ivy. It is not a difficulty for Silver Hill and Gall Hill. I keep saying, sir, that the longest distance in Barbados is probably be a Connelltown bus. And what is happening in those difficult areas, it takes nothing, sir. It takes nothing for them to trickle into places like Bathsheba. Nothing at all. So, Barbadians need to begin by acknowledging that whatever happens in Barbados has to be managed by all of us. It's not just the police. The police will come in after it has happened. But you and I have a solemn duty to step in if we can, to make sure that it doesn't happen. There's not a crime in our society that takes place that the police don't put a bulletin and say, anyone having any information, come forward. But you know, sir, this is not just about catching criminals. It's about protecting our society. And I'm asking Barbadians that if you have information on where the guns are kept, come forward. We have Crime Stoppers. You no longer have to worry about coming into, Crime Stoppers is celebrating 10 years this year. And they've played a pivotal role in helping to deal with a number of convictions, helping to secure a number of convictions in terms of gun crimes and many other crimes in Barbados. So you have those avenues. You have the opportunity to discreetly arrange to speak to the police. But Mr. Speaker, if we sit in our homes and we shut our windows and watch TV and believe that it's nothing to do with us, then, sir, we have a bigger problem than we could imagine. We will do our part. But there's a discipline in our society that, what people want to deal with indiscipline now, sir? They want to turn the vagabonds into movie stars because it becomes the subject of the latest Facebook video. And then you hear it gone viral. It gone viral because that is what makes you powerful now, You videotape 2 girls fighting in the bus stand and it went viral. I wonder how many times those people who stopped the videotape, how many times it went through their mind, maybe I should step in and try to stop the fight. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Nobody intervenes. And sometimes you hear the most callous and disrespectful of comments coming from adults who are either nearby or who are videotaping the things themselves. Growing up, no adults would watch 2 little children fighting and stand up and watch it. That's what I know. But today, sir, they want their particular video clip to go viral instead of being the bigger person and stepping in and helping to arrest the ill-disciplined. Mr. Speaker, I tell you that those 2 people arrested yesterday, 21 and 23, 10 years ago, they would have been 11 and 13, at an age when they could still have been bent. But now our society is forced to break them. But Mr. Speaker, if that is what it takes, then that is what it will be. Mr. Speaker, this issue of bail, permit me to say, is one that has troubled myself and the Prime Minister. We recognize what these individuals are doing in our society as the same people over and over again. And as a lawyer who has to advise the government on constitutional matters, I recognize, sir, that every person charged with a criminal offense has a right to bail. But I also recognize that every member of the Barbadian society has a right to the protection of the law.
And a right to live.
And Mr. Speaker, my office will be spending a considerable amount of time over the next few weeks. We have already begun to review the Bail Act, and we have examined scores of legal authorities across the region and across the Commonwealth to try to see how we can make our statutory arrangements for bail to secure the protection of our society in the same way we guarantee the right of an individual, sir. Any of the lawyers in this chamber will tell you that you have the constitutional right to the fundamental freedoms. But that's not uncircumscribed. All of those fundamental rights guaranteed by our Constitution are guaranteed so long as it does not conflict with the larger interests of our society, sir. Now, I am not going to castigate any judges. Judges are judges, and they have the right to the independence of the judiciary. I certainly can't tell them what to do. But I'm not going to sit as Attorney General and allow this situation to persist. No. And I can tell you, sir, that I will be bringing to this chamber very shortly significant amendments to the Bail Act. Mm-hmm. And I hope, sir, that all of the people who are crying and railing now, that when the police are doing their job, and when the courts start to get tough on this situation, that they don't start saying, oh Lord, I get unfair. Enough foolishness has gone. I wish I could put it, sir, in a more politically correct way, but I can't. Too much foolishness has gone on in our country over the last 10 years, and it cannot continue, sir. Mr. Speaker, in the next hour that I have left, let me try to address a few other issues.
I remember I thought I was hearing correct, or my ears are somewhat deceiving me. I was here to think, my sight might be. I don't think my ears also. But I hear a term used in the next hour.
Sorry, what about my time?
No, I'm trying to...
Mrs. Speaker, what about my time?
I remember I'm speaking. When you said the hour, I thought you meant that because the hour that you started before the hour of 8 and the hour of 8 has gone. That you're speaking as in terms of numerical, as in 7, do you start something after 7 and then you're going after 8? I think you're speaking of the numerics,
sir,
not as it relates to time. I believe you're speaking to the numeral as in a number. I do not believe you're speaking to hour as in time. I do believe that's what you meant, sir.
Mr. Speaker, time is like equity, so it is as short as long as the Speaker's foot.
This is the Chancellor's foot here, sir.
Mr. Speaker, permit me though just to say a few other things, sir. The society is concerned about a lot of things, and one of those things is the issue of how this administration is dealing with the corruption that Barbados became known for in the last decade. Let me tell Barbadians again that there is no investigation that will reveal results overnight. And corruption by its very nature is something that is hidden. And while we know of it, we see the fruits of it, there are some realities that we face. Because there are people who have been willing to say certain things to the Prime Minister, and they've said certain things to my colleagues, they've said certain things to me, and I'm sure perhaps they've said certain things to you. But when you say to them, well, come forward, they start to back off. But I want to assure Barbadians that we are making progress. We are making progress, sir. But the nature of any serious look into corruption is not something that will be done in the full glare of the public. And because the public is crying out for blood, it does not mean, sir, that we are going to act carelessly in the discharge of our duties. I assure the public we are making progress and we will get where we have to go. But in this too, you have to stay the course with us. But I remind you that we are doing a number of things. We are passing whistleblower legislation, which is intended to protect witnesses who want to come forward, but them too, they fear reprisals. We're going to be passing our integrity legislation. We've had some challenges, and the truth is we've had to shift a few of our priorities when it came to the matter of deploying resources in the Chief Parliamentary Counsel's office. We've had some time-bound matters that we had to deal with in terms of our legislative agenda. They are, for the most part, complete, and the efforts of the Office of the CPC have now been turned again to our integrity legislation. I expect that certainly when Parliament resumes after the Easter break, if we get one, that legislation will follow soon thereafter. That was not a hint to the Prime Minister. But the integrity legislation is intended to ensure accountability and proper behavior in public life. And we've started the debate on our proceeds of crime legislation, because it's important to be able to seize the ill-gotten gains of people who are involved in corrupt and other illegal activity. Mr. Speaker, this job is one that takes up perhaps 23 out of the 24 hours a day. Not just for me as Attorney General, but for the Minister of Social, the Minister of People Empowerment, Minister of Youth, Minister of Housing, because as a team of 29, we know that we have to support the work of each other. But we got this, and we're asking Barbadians to stay the course. And perhaps, sir, the finest compliment that could be paid to an administration came in the most peculiar of circumstances. And that brings me to the matter of sandals. I want to thank Butch Stewart. I forget his full, Gordon Butch Stewart, for the compliment that he paid to the Honourable Prime Minister just yesterday. You know, there are people on the other side of the political divide who took great glee in hearing that Butch Stewart issued a public statement about sandals, and that sandals is going. Mr. Stewart said, "We have seen the strengthening of the confidence levels in Barbados over the past year, which is without doubt influenced by having a strong Prime Minister at the helm. We have the greatest respect for the Prime Minister and her government." So let me thank Butch Stewart for recognizing that Barbados has made significant strides over the last year. And let me thank him too for recognizing that things in Barbados are not business as usual. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that is riding on our development. And the Prime Minister said yesterday that Barbados is open for business. And we welcome investment. And we welcome investment especially from regional companies like Sandals. The perception has been conveyed that Sandals is only asking for what they were guaranteed. And Mr. Speaker, I assure you that one of the early lessons taught to me by my seniors in law is that you don't negotiate in public, and I won't. But I do feel that I have a duty, though, to say to Barbadians that I consider that statement to be somewhat inaccurate, because in discourse between myself as Attorney General and the council, the Jamaican Council for Sandals, Council for Sandals pointed out that there were two critical gaps that were left to be filled. So to say that they were only asking for what they were guaranteed clearly cannot be correct if there were two critical gaps that had not been addressed. Mr. Speaker, the discussions with Council for Sandals have continued even into tonight because we recognize that a solemn burden has been placed on this administration to bring our country safely through the waters. And no matter how long it takes, no matter how much effort it takes, no matter if we can't sleep, I know that the Prime Minister, supported by myself and all of us, will see to it that we get the job done. And Mr. Speaker, we fully expect that Sandals will be part of that job. But, Mr. Speaker, there is always a point beyond which I cannot advise the Prime Minister to go. That is my role as Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the last 10 months have been a challenge. They've been a challenge for me personally. They've been a challenge for me perhaps in terms of how much sleep I get. I now have a phobia for when my phone rings because I never know what the call at the other end will be saying. These days it hasn't been conveying a lot of good news. But those things neither daunt me nor daunt my colleagues in this House. And the tougher the fight becomes, the more, sir, we will gird up our loins and get on with the business of running and rescuing our country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your accommodation. I thank you for your indulgences. I hope, sir, that I have been able to say something that is of some use to the Chamber and to the population of Barbados, and I'm obliged to you. Thanks. Three things, right?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 63-6 to allow us to complete this debate on Monday.
President, that the aforementioned standing order be suspended. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no.
Be careful, the thing you get
The aforementioned standing order is so suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to postpone further consideration of the debate on the Appropriation Bill 2019.
President, the said bill be postponed for further consideration. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Between the ayes have it. The aforementioned bill is so postponed.
At 3 p.m. on Monday, let people know. At 3 p.m. on Monday.
What time Parliament is starting?
Right, but this debate will be considered at 3 p.m. Yeah, you have to let people know.
The aforementioned debate on that is postponed will be postponed until 3 p.m. on Monday.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2019, the Companies Amendment Bill 2019, the Charities Amendment Bill 2019, and the Control of Disposable Plastics Bill 2019. We commence our first readings of bills. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that those bills of which I have given notice be read the first time.
President, the said bills be read the first time. All those honourable members, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
We vote the government business. Mr. Speaker, that brings us to the end of government business for the day, and I now beg to move the suspension of the sitting until 10 a.m. on Monday.
The question is that this aforementioned chamber be suspended until 10 a.m. in the forenoon on the 25th day of March, 2019. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, you guys have it. This honorable chamber is so suspended until the 25th day of May, 2019 at 10 a.m. March. 25th day of March at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.
I know you got your questions up there in your mind. That's the morning on which you were declared.